noticed,
We have
noticed
managed to bring together industry leaders
it changes one.
in SA in software dev,
Sounds good.
as well as students from all over SA. I mean, we're talking about the campuses. We're talking. I saw we can code as well. So we can code. Wow, there's so many of you. That's a really confidence. Let's show it. Okay, yes, so what is DevFest? What is the significance of DevFest? Why do we keep coming here, year in, year out? And again, it's about growing the developer community. It's about putting together the experts and the juniors. I'll tell you a small story. When I first went to DevFest, this was 2017. Clueless, I knew nothing. I mean, I think I've written about 3 hello world problems, which is a problem. You only need 1 hello world problem. But what I learned from there, I met people who've been doing what I've been trying to do for over 20 years. I mean, if you guys don't know John, he's done a lot of work in the community, right? His official title is obviously Senior Program Manager for Google. But those of you who know John, he's touched all of us, right? He's inspired all of us at GDP who started off with small communities. In fact, when we started GDP Soweto, he was one of the people that guided us through this. So this is why we selected him to do our keynote. So I asked you guys to listen to John attentively. Think of the questions that you'd love to ask him. But more than anything, remember guys, when it comes to community building, John is the guy. So without further ado, to deliver our keynote, ladies and gentlemen, John Kimani.
I'm not really the guy when it comes to community. I'm not so sure about that. Well, thank you for that very warm introduction. It's such a wonderful feeling to be back in Johannesburg. I think the last time that I spoke at DevFest in Joburg was in 2018. I see PJ at the back, and I think Rosario was there as well. They're the ones who've been with community for 20 years. They've just been around for 10 years. They're the old kids. It's a wonderful feeling to be here this morning with you. And I just wanted to start by saying thank you to the amazing organizers who have made this event a success. So to DDD Johannesburg, DDD Soweto, Pretoria, Maseru, all the leads and colleagues and all the organizers who are working behind the scenes to make this event a success. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause, right? They wouldn't be there if it wasn't for that. And you know, the thing about dev communities, they're a critical component of Africa's growing tech ecosystem. You know, developers are the foundation of Africa's tech innovation. And it starts with communities. It starts by peer-to-peer learning, with us sharing knowledge and you know, and spending time with each other and growing together. So my name is John Kimani. I have been at Google now for slightly over 8 years. I have been working with tech communities in Africa for almost 15 years now. I started out as a software developer myself, and then I switched over to the world of developer relations. So before joining Google, I used to work at Microsoft, doing more or less the same thing, looking at the same developer ecosystem, but through a different lens. And so it's wonderful to be here this morning. My team's mission is to drive awareness and education on Google's developer products. And Google has a lot of tech projects, so everything from the big ones like Android and cloud, down to interesting tools like Angular and or tools for optimization and those types of things. And so we spend a lot of time speaking with developers. And given that the developer community is quite big across Africa, the way that we engage with developers is through what we call developer community programs. And so we have a number of dev programs that we run, so DDTs, GPSCs, Google Developer Experts, and some of them will be speaking to you in the course of the day. And Women Tech Makers program, we had an amazing WTM breakfast this morning. So all of this, and the goal is that community is at the heart of what we do as a team. And so, so that's the community piece. And so one of the biggest focus areas for us as a team, as you'd imagine, is artificial intelligence and machine learning. And I wanted us this morning to have a brief discussion on what's possible for you from a Google perspective, if you're thinking about AI and ML. So I'll just be running through a couple of products and tools that we've announced recently. And now you might be thinking, well, here goes another AI talk. Yes, you're right. And the reason why we have this feeling is because artificial intelligence now has penetrated every aspect of society and economy, and we're all having discussions about AI ethics and the future of software developers, and bots will be writing code, and we need to go back to farming and all those types of things, but no, the future is bright for software developers. And so we'll be going through that a little bit. Slides. Okay. I have a few slides that I wanted to go through. I always tell this terrible joke. The technology only fails at tech events. That has been to a marketing event or a non-tech event. Tech always works. But at tech events, demos fail and equipment doesn't work. Such is life. So as we wait for the slides to come up, I just want to get a feel of who's in the room this morning. So by show of hands, how many of us are still in school? If you're in uni or going through a boot camp? Okay. Quite a number of hands. How many of us have computer science backgrounds? Like a classic CS degree where you went through the pain of all the math and data structures. All right, cool. Okay. I'm told by the ML experts in our community that helps. It definitely gives you an upper hand when it comes to machine learning discussions. My background is in computer science as well, and so to a certain extent, that has helped. All right, we're on. Okay, so I'll try and do this quickly. So the thing is, the discussion around machine learning has been around for a very, very long time. Computer scientists have been talking about ML for a very, very long time. If you look at the history of machine learning, AI, and I'm going to use the two interchangeably. I know that they're different, but for the purposes of this discussion this morning, I'll be using them interchangeably. Forgive me for that, for the ML purists. And the reason why ML has been around for such a long time is that it's been a growing research area in the field of computer science. And so ML as a key concept came to life in the 1950s. And the reason why that happened is because before that, computers could process data, but they couldn't store data. And so the 50s were a very important inflection point in the sense that now computers could store information and it became significantly faster in that time. And so fast forward 50 years later, and all of a sudden we're in this period of time where it feels like everything that would make machine learning an important discussion is coming together. When you think about the availability of large data sets, and this is not just within the large big tech companies, but also within the companies that we work with. If you think about telcos, banks that have been around for the last 10 years or so, you can imagine sort of the treasure troves of data that they currently have. And then you're seeing this continuous advancement in CPUs, where CPUs are becoming faster and fast processing is becoming more accessible and cheaper. And so these advancements in AI sort of have made it more accessible, scalable, and cost-effective. Here's an interesting timeline from a Google perspective with a few select products. And these products have something in common. It's not the fact that they all come from Google. Anyone who can guess what they have in common? Yeah, what's that? They use data? All right, fair enough. So these products have at least 1 billion businesses, right? And that's a unique sort of aspect about these products, because oftentimes when we think about AI-driven products, we think of complex use cases like robotics and driverless cars. Well, in essence, the foundational nature of AI makes it easy to integrate into everyday products like Google Search, Google Maps, Photos, Play, and many others. So to a large extent, AI is what makes this possible for Google to avail these services to billions of people. And so I thought for us today to have this discussion around, if you're practicing software development, you've been writing code for 1 year or more, you already have a set of tools that you're very comfortable with. You've picked your battles. You've decided I'm gonna die with PHP. Java is my thing. I love PHP. Why are you laughing at PHP? It's an amazing tool. And so you've already picked your stack, you picked your suite, but then there are all these ML discussions around you, and you're starting to think, how do I start to play with ML? And over the next 10 minutes or so, I'll share with you some educational resources and tools from Google that might make this journey more interesting and less painful for you. All right, so we're gonna start off with a bunch of learning resources. There's a lot. I'll just cover what I think is the top 3. The first of which is my favorite, MLCC. We call it the MLCC. It's Google's machine learning crash course. It was launched 5 years ago. It's a fast-paced, practical introduction to machine learning. It has a series of lessons that you go through. I think there's 15 lessons in there. It has video lectures, real-world case studies. And if you're not afraid of the math and the stats behind machine learning, then this is the place for you. It provides a very interesting starting point into machine learning, provides you with a strong foundation in coding, in math, and how to build your own ML projects. So this is an interesting one to take a look at. In my experience over the last 5 years, we've actually seen better completion rates by students on this course, rather than practicing software devs. And that's because if you're already in school, then some of the stuff you're going through in this course is already quite familiar to you. And as you can see from the tweet by our CEO, the content has been battle tested internally. It was actually built internally and tested out by software engineers before it was released out to the public. So do please check that out. The second piece is, if you're afraid of the math and the stats, then this is a great resource to look at. It provides you with ML concepts at a very high level without getting into the ML theory, the math and the theory behind machine learning. So once you're done with the foundational courses, this is a set of foundation courses that you go through. Once you're done with that, you could also go deeper. There's more advanced courses on the same page that teaches you tools and techniques for solving a variety of ML problems. And the best part about this course is that they're structured independently. So you could go through them without having to go to the previous one. And the idea there is you can jump into your specific interest or your specific problem domain. All right, so that's the second resource. So the final one is ai.google/build. It's basically the starting point for everything that's AI related from a Google perspective. So if you're looking for a single repository where you can find everything that's new and shiny, all the latest advancements and trends in AI, you can find them there. All right, so you have 3 interesting resources you can jump into. There's a lot more, but these 3 would be the starting points. Okay, so I'll share the slides once I'm done. So worry not if you haven't quite got the links there. All right, so let's take a look at the developer tools, and there's a lot. So I've just narrowed down to 6, which I think would be interesting for you. All right, so let's just jump into this. The first of which is Visual Blocks, which was actually announced in July of this year. It's a visual programming framework that allows you to create ML pipelines and play around with the no-code graph editor. And the idea here is that you're able to quickly prototype ideas without having to write code. It's a sort of drag and drop environment that gives you ML components. You have models that you're going to connect into. It uses Google's Palm APIs as well. So that way you're able to play around with ML concepts. You have a library of nodes that are connected using an editor, and you can play around with all of that. One big caveat though is that this is still in sort of trial mode. It's an experimental project, and the idea is just to get a conversation started and see if developers would be interested in it. My favorite takeaway was for the JavaScript developers, there's a lot of JS in there, and it actually leverages TensorFlow.js. There's always this discussion around whether the web is ready for ML and all of that. It truly is, and here's a very solid example. So check that out, Visual Blocks with Google. It's a really cool tool. You don't have to write any code. You can just jump in, drag things around, play around with concepts like vision and image classification, and you can see it all of that in play. Right, so that's Visual Blocks. The second piece is for mobile developers, and I know PJ is always talking about MediaPipe. It's a really cool tool. It's a suite of libraries that make it easier for mobile devs to integrate with ML capabilities. So you have a host of APIs that are ready to go, and the advantage here is that you're getting libraries that will work across different programming languages. I know you can do it with Python, with JavaScript, with Java, with Android natives, and so it's easy to integrate with. You get code samples as well for Android, iOS, and web that you can play around with. And there's actually a really cool demo at Google I/O this year called Project Gameface, where you can see this sort of open source framework library in action. So I encourage you to check it out. MediaPipe is ready to play around with, and you get a really cool, interesting way of easing yourself into some of these ML capabilities. The second one is more for so there are typically two types of ML engineers. So you have your model first and you have your API first engineers. So if you're more interested in coming from models into products, then this is an interesting one for you. And Keras is currently one of the most widely used ML frameworks with more than 2.5 million developers using it. And it has a simple philosophy. The idea is to enable fast experimentation. And the idea there is to be able to move from the world of research, into production-ready ML. And it's especially popular among startups, but also with large tech companies as well. So for example, the YouTube team at Google is using this extensively. And at the heart of what the way Keras is designed is that it prioritizes developer experience, which makes it easy to use and learn and turn models into products. We had a Keras Day campaign earlier this year where we brought a bunch of content to developers, to the community groups. We do have some recordings you could check out as well. I'll share the links to that. And so you can sort of start playing around with it. I think one of the most interesting things for developers who are already familiar with Keras is the fact that Keras Core, which is Keras 3.0, is now live. It was announced in July of this year. And the key difference there is that Keras Core is now multimodal, so you're able to use different frameworks in the backend. The initial Keras was actually written on TensorFlow, with TensorFlow support. But now that has been extended to include JAX and PyTorch. And the reason for this is because we've seen that TensorFlow is very popular with software developers who are doing production and but researchers love their PyTorch, right? For the CS students in the room, I'm sure when you're doing Python and ML basics in schools, you're probably using PyTorch, or even for the data scientists. And so now with one single import, you're able to get support for the three frameworks directly into your code, or you can just specify what you need, right? And so right out of the box, Keras has support for different ML use cases, and I think two very good examples is Keras NLP, which provides support for natural language processing, and if you're interested in that, or Keras CV, which provides support for Keras computer vision. Right? So that's an interesting one if you're interested in a model first kind of approach. I'm sure you're already familiar with, some of us might be familiar with Palm API from Google. It's basically a simple entry point into Google's large language models. And if you're not familiar with LLMs, they're basically a powerful type of machine learning model that enables computers to understand and generate natural language better than ever. And they've been used to build all sorts of applications, from chatbots to virtual assistants. I think Bard is a very, very good example on how you could use this. And so and you don't have to be an AI expert to be able to use that API. So you have two ways you could interact with the APIs. The first way is that you could do your classic REST API calls. So yes, you do have access to that, and you have support for any sort of call command type of entry points. So you could use your JavaScript to be able to access the REST APIs, for example. Or you could just go into MakerSuite and you do your prompt-based sort of engineering. So you have two options. So MakerSuite is a graphical interface. It's web-based, so you can just go in and play around with the Palm API. So you get a sense of some of the features that are coming from Google from an LLM perspective. We're almost there. If you're already inside Google Cloud, the world of Google Cloud, you have Vertex AI as well. It's a fully managed AI service. It was announced 2-3 years ago and has now been expanded to include a host of features. So if you think about the typical ML workflow, so the first thing that you're doing is preparing your data, and then you then train your models, and then you evaluate your model for efficiency before deployment. So you can do all of that within the AI Studio. Vertex AI, it's a paid service feature within Google Cloud. And it just enables you to do all these ML workflows within one central place. Yeah, so do check that out as well if you're already using Google Cloud. And finally, probably one of my favorites, and that's because Flutter has become such an important conversation for mobile developers in Africa. And I see Sylvia there who's going to have a session later on. There is now a Flutter-like plugin TensorFlow-like plugin for Flutter. This was actually built 3 years ago by a student who was part of Google Summer of Code. Anyone who's heard of Google Summer of Code, especially for those who are still in uni, I see one hand, I see a couple of hands, that's a good thing. So there's actually a student who went through Google Summer of Code and he built this plugin and now has gotten so popular among the Flutter community and has now been extended into the official packages. Repo, it uses the latest version of TensorFlow Lite. Again, the idea there is just to be able to enable Flutter developers to integrate machine learning capabilities into their application. And it's easy to use, it's ready to go, you can play around with it, and you can find it from the official Flutter repositories. All right, I believe that's it. So 3 sets of resources, learning resources, and 6 tools, which I think would be very interesting for you if you're interested in AI from a Google perspective. That list is not exhaustive at all. There's so much more. So for example, my friend Rosario could talk about Firebase extensions and integration to Power APIs. Hopefully he does. So there's a lot more to talk about. And this is just the beginning, just to get your feet wet, so to speak, and then you can broaden your work as you go ahead. And I'll leave you that.
Thank you, John. What I tell you guys about John? What I say? Right? Okay, guys, do you have any questions? No questions. Was it that technical?
That was a nice introduction. So I'm going to talk. All right, can you do 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
So I have 30 minutes, right?
Okay.
But including Q&A. So give me the yellow sign at 20,
At 20. And
and then the red at 25.
Yeah, we're going to do this. And we're going to he's here, so
I think you're fine here.
yeah, I'll okay.
Yeah, everything is sorted.
Yeah, you can even reach him. I should give him this can move back to 19.
So I have one question. If it's actually picking up my mic from the desktop, I need to stand nearby, right? I can't walk around the room.
Yes, you can't go too far from your.
All right. And if I turn around, it will mess up the sound.
That should mostly be fine.
Okay.
So it should be
You
fine.
can still
All right. Because sometimes I like to point at the
That's
slides.
perfectly fine. And then this is what your view looks like.
Uh-huh.
So that's coming from your computer. We'll put that on the stream so that we get a close-up of you.
We could actually hide.
But we also have that
Right. You can do it in the background. You can decide which one you want to show.
do you want to hide that?
Yeah, I don't think we need to show okay.
So I probably don't stand in front of it. It's a bit stiff.
Yeah.
So let's just do this quickly. Do you mind if I just borrow for 2 minutes?
Yes.
So you just try some the other sides. You just take one so if I
Oh, you can't hide it.
hide that, right, you still need to see the thing in order to get to the window. So I can't hide it. That's
Okay, so you pick both of them in.
okay.
He also still has control, right?
Yeah, still has full control. Sorry, Sylvia.
Awesome.
Cool. Ready.
Is there an intro or should I just start?
Okay, guys, can you please settle down? We're about to have our next session. So if you're not seated, please.
When an opposed
Attention guys, attention. So Sylvia is about to speak. Hide in the room, please. Thanks guys. So our next speaker is Sylvia. I really don't want to put you in some. Okay, awesome. So yeah, I won't go too much into it, but she will be telling us about adding generative AI to Flutter with Palm API. And she's a GT for Flutter. So ladies and gents, I'll give you Sylvia.
Yes, so my name is Sylvia Diekmann, which in German means fat man. I don't know how I ended up with that name. Yeah, welcome everybody. This is my first time speaking in Joburg, although I have been a DevFest supporter for many years. This t-shirt is from DevFest Cape Town in 2019. That was my first one. Right, so who am I? I'm a mobile app developer, although I have to say I haven't started out as a mobile app developer. I started out in the back end. I did a lot of work on high performance client server software. Start my timer, okay. I did a bit of web services, although to be honest, I was rubbish at it. Eventually moved towards mobile apps, which I liked a lot more. Did a bit of Android work, and finally settled on Flutter. So for the last four years or so, I've done almost exclusively Flutter, mostly as an individual contributor, but I've also done a little bit of management work. I am based in South Africa, in Stellenbosch, on the other side, but I'm not sure if you pick up my accent. I grew up in Germany. I've been living in South Africa for 10 years or so. So I feel basically I have a foot on each continent. I am a Google developer expert in Flutter. That's why I'm here today. I'm also a proud member of the Flutteristas. Flutteristas is an online network for female and non-binary Flutter developers. If you are interested in Flutter here and identify as female, do yourself a favor and sign up. They're absolutely awesome. They do a lot of kind of online things. They just did a major conference, but they're just a really supportive network. So, you know, they are awesome. Same with the Women Tech Makers. Women Tech Makers is a program by Google. A few of you were part of the breakfast this morning. Google has seen the need to highlight the situation of women in technology. There are too few of us. We would like to be more, and these programs help a little bit. And of course, I'm a proud member of the Google Developer Group Cape Town. I used to lead that group. I stepped down this winter, but I'm still super supportive. So that's the sister organization to the 4 groups that set up this event today here. What I want to talk about today is generative AI and some of the related context. So it's really nice that I can follow John because he already gave a really nice overview. And he talked about a few key phrases. He talked about the Palm API and Maker Suite, and that's what I mostly talk about. I won't cover TensorFlow so much, even though that's also very Flutter specific. I'll show you Maker Suite and Palm API and show you how that can be embedded into a Flutter app, and I'll introduce you to a little silly app I wrote myself. This is going to be very high level. It doesn't really require too much Flutter skills. I think we'll have quite a few more AI talks later today. So luckily, I think this is a perfect introduction talk. We'll get a bit of the highlight, and then later the other speakers will go deeper on individual topics. Let's think a little bit about what let's go through a few key definitions. The first one, generative AI. What generative AI is basically a form of AI that takes a huge body of facts from the real world, processes it, and then becomes able to draw new conclusions from these facts, to basically create original content that has not been available before. It's not just search, it's not just retrieving something that's there, it's creating new content. Now that can be images, video, spoken word, anything. In our case, it is language. When we talk about text language, about generating text, that state of the art is to do that through large language models, LLMs. So there are quite a few different models around. If you have used ChatGPT or Bard, Google's product, you have played with a large language model. Google's state-of-the-art large language model at the moment is the Palm 2. It's actually a foundation model, so a family of models that can be tuned and sized to individual needs. To access these large language models, we can use the Palm API. So that's an interface that Google defined to help us developers interact with the model. So typically, when we developers build a generative AI product, we hardly ever build our own model because these models are huge, gigantic. It's beyond the scope of a single person. We might refine a model, or we might just interact with an existing model like I do today. This interaction with the model, it's basically the questions you ask the model, the questions you would type in ChatGPT or Bard, for example, those are your prompts. And as it turns out, playing with these prompts is the biggest screw we really have as developers to manipulate our results. So if the results you get out of an AI model is not quite what you had expected, you need to start modifying your prompt. Often it's just rephrasing, it's turning the words around, it's asking the question in a slightly different way, giving a bit more context, something like that. So coming up with a good prompt is quite an art form, and it's the piece where I spend in this project most of my time. Luckily, there's a tool to help with this, which is MakerSuite. MakerSuite is an online web tool that helps refining your prompt. I can't really go in too much detail into what an LLM is, but I want to at least explain, kind of touch a little bit on the highlights. Basically, people refer to an LLM as a super complicated auto-completion system. And that's really kind of, it is in a way what it does. It works completely with statistics, and basically what you end up with, this is a slide I stole from Google, from one of Google's presentations. It has the sentence here, it's raining cats at. And then the model will calculate probabilities for the next word to come. So there's a very low probability that the next word is fish. There's a very high probability that the next word is dog. And so the entire model works through stochastical processes, through statistics, through constantly calculating probabilities. That's all that's behind it. So sometimes when you play with a model, you feel like, oh, this thing is understanding me, or why is he so stupid now? Why does he not understand me now? There is no understanding in there. It's all just probabilities. So keep that in the back of your head. But I want to dig a little bit deeper in it. When I saw this slide by Google, I actually didn't like it all that much because I felt this example, it's raining cats and dogs, it's such a common phrase that I'm still not convinced the model didn't just look up. The model says, oh, there are 1,000 occurrences of the sentence with the word fish, so fish is the good conclusion. So I tried to come up with something more quirky that's probably not in the literature. And I asked Bart to complete the sentence, burgers need ketchup, like Snook needs. Who here has an idea how the sentence should be completed? What is that? That is original, and I didn't think of that. So to non-South African audience, I now normally explain that snook is a local fish, and people really like to bride, and when they bride, they usually bride with an apricot glaze. And so the model picked up on that and completed the sentence not with fat cook, but with apricot jam. So this is now an example. I bet that until I publish these slides, the sentence is nowhere in the literature. It is a bit of an odd statement to make. And so the model was able to conclude and basically, draw conclusions, and still through all the stochastical processes. So with that said, let's move on to my app. I wrote an app called the Wine Snob. By the way, Wine Snob is not an insult, it's just how my family refers to people like me who are interested in wine tasting. So this app, the Flutter app, was meant to generate tasting notes only from the title or from the name of a wine. I wrote it, it's public, it's called winesnob@rosenthallabs.org. I'll share the link again later. You can play around with it. Now I'm going to add kind of a quick disclaimer here. I'm going to talk a lot about alcohol now. And I completely understand that not everybody is comfortable placing their professional lives around alcohol. But what I'm talking about is really taking kind of essential experience, physical experience, describing it in English language and codifying that. That works with alcohol, but it works just as well with coffee, tea, pastries, whatever. So like a tea farmer in Rwanda would probably talk the same way about different crops of tea. It just so happens that I live in the winelands and wine is all around me, so I'm sort of familiar with that vocabulary, and that's why I talk about wine today. But just replace coffee in the back of your head every time I say wine, and it works just as well, right? So let's look at some of these tasting notes. This is a write-up that I took from a website, so this is not AI generated. This is like some marketing designer or some winemaker actually wrote these tasting notes. And this is for the Merlot Rubicon 2018, a very famous Stellenbosch wine. And what you see here is kind of usually these flavor comparisons. Violet, white plum, cedarwood, fennel, licorice, dark fruit. So that's typically how wine experts describe wine. Because I mean, it is difficult to describe a flavor, right? The best thing you can do is compare it to other flavors. Okay, now so we need to get a bit into the technique, and I said I wanted to show you MakerSuite. I actually have a small demo here. Let me see if I can operate this with one hand. So this is the MakerSuite website now. MakerSuite is a browser-based tool that helps us to refine our prompts. When you get started, the first thing you have to do is create an API key. Oh dear, I'm not sure I'm on the Wi-Fi here. Actually, no, I am. I hope. No. Okay. So when you create a new API key, the API key should be treated like a password, so I won't show you mine, but you can just create your own. And then from there, you can create a new prompt. But I am really not sure what's going on here. Okay, maybe it works. So you have 3 different types of prompts: text, data, and chat prompt. And there are a lot of examples in MakerSuite that show how these prompts differ from each other. Text prompt is for kind of a single kind of question answer. Data prompt, you give it a bunch of examples of the typical question answer output you expect. Chat prompt is more for like longer sequences of interaction. But each of them in MakerSuite, in this prompt gallery here, you have a lot of examples. So here, let's say, write a greeting. I'm typing one hand, so it's a bit slow. I won't make it too long. Welcome to our company. Well, that is a bit blunt, but I really didn't give it a lot of context. So this is not a terribly meaningful test. But basically, this is how you can start playing around with your prompt. Let me show you an example that I prepared. This is still a text prompt. Right. So here's a prompt I prepared. I said, write tasting notes for the parameter input. The tasting notes should be in the style of a wine critic and should mention the wine style, tasting, production process. Keep the result to one paragraph. So what you see here is I gave quite a bit of context. Like I said which style I wanted, style of a wine critic. And I also gave some kind of editorial instructions. I keep the result to one paragraph. That one, the one paragraph, I have to say, is often ignored. So that one I probably have to refine a little bit better. So what I found is if I get multiple results, the first one is 1 or 2 paragraphs, the next one is kind of different format. So I probably have to refine that a little more. But let's see now with this input if I can test this. So down here in the bottom, I can put different test input in. So what I do here is, let's say the bias Kloof Pinotage 2018, why not? And I run this and we'll see a result. So this would be the answer of the model. And basically I can now test this prompt with more and more input. The beauty of this is really that it is a very quick turnaround time. At some point, I'll be happy with my prompt. Let's say this is what I wanted, and it's time to start coding. So what I do then, in the upper right corner, I have the Get Code button. So this turns the prompt I just generated into code. So let's click that. Here it is. Now, I mentioned I want to do a Flutter app. This doesn't have Flutter. It has Python, JSON, JavaScript, and Curl. Not a big deal though, because curl is good enough, really. Curl is a shell tool that allows from the shell to write HTTP. So this is basically a REST call, a REST API. So in a curl call, we have the URL. So we have the type of the HTTP request, post or get. In this case, it's post. We have the URL, we have a header, and then the body of this post request. And here in the body is my entire prompt. And there are also a few other, like for example, the temperature, so the randomness, and so a few other screws that I might have turned when I created this model, this prompt. So what I'd have to do now is copy this and then go back to my Flutter app. Oh, I seem to have the wrong slide deck. I have the one that was meant for offline, so I'll just need to skip through a few. Not a big deal. We're back on track here. I am now, so now it's time to write a Flutter app. I have about 10 minutes left, so I can't write a Flutter app from scratch. Not a big deal. What I did is I actually cheated a bit. There is a really awesome code lab called Haiku Generator. And that one uses AI in a very similar way that I did. And so I basically used the output of that Haiku Generator and then modified it to my needs. Now, what does this Haiku Generator do? It has a pull-down menu here with a bunch of Google products like Google Search, Android, and so on. You choose a product, you say generate haiku, and then that prompt with the parameter Android gets sent to the model through the Prompt API. Responses come back and get displayed. So in this case here, I'm seeing 5 different haikus about Android. And by the way, they're really, really awesome. I get a lot of fun testing and playing around with these haikus. So that's basically the given code I set out to modify to do my wine snob. So when you look at the source code of this Haiku generator, you come across this repository, and you see here's a post request, an HTTP post request. It takes a URL, headers, and body. Now that sounds very much like what I just pulled out of Makerspace. And really, I have here my URL, header, and body. That's exactly the prompt I just got. So what I need to do now is I need to modify these to get rid of the Haiku generator and put my wine snob prompt in. So I changed the model, which means the URL changes a bit from chat bison to text bison. The header stays the same, and then the prompt changes completely. Here I have the parameter. I called that product name, and that will show up later again. There is one little caveat. One thing that didn't work so well out of the box from the Haiku generator was the way they pass the results. They have a counter to go through the results, so I changed that to a functional loop. And it also turns out that the different prompt types, chat versus text prompt, have their result in different fields. So I needed to make a few small modifications. I needed to check in the result content and output, depending on which prompt style I had. and I wanted to have a functional for each loop. I like that better than having a counter. So that's kind of a relatively small change. Everything else worked really out of the box. Now, what I have now is a haiku generator that generates tasting notes, although the input is still at the moment Android. So you can see where I'm heading. I'm slowly moving towards my tasting notes, but I'm still a bit suboptimal. So at the moment, this is creating tasting notes for Android. So that's the second step I had to do, is modify the input. And then I'm coming to, I looked for the code that does the drop-down field, where I select my 5 different products, and I replaced that with a text form field. So text form field is about free-form input. And I gave it up to 3 lines of free-form input, and the input gets saved in a variable called wine description, and then passed once you press the button into this. It's still called get haiku text data, and the wine description, the new wine description is the parameter. This, still calling this get haiku text data is not optimal. I didn't want to change too many things at the time. In the finished product, of course, all these references to product and haiku should be replaced by something that's more relevant to my context. Okay, and so what I have here now is, the prompt is a bit too small. Let me see if I have the bigger one here. All right. Since I don't like to use a mic, I can't type so quickly. So this is the wine snob now. It changed a bit in styling. I have sign in and so on. And it does create, let me see what happens if I add a year. Okay. So I think I have 3 different results, and they all kind of okay tasting notes. So this is the finished app. What I showed you, I had to do a few more steps to get from the approach that I showed you to the pink app that I showed that you just saw. The first one is I had to rename, basically clean up, remove all references to haiku and to product, and make that more relevant to my use case. I had to style the output page quite a bit because the haiku generator didn't have scrolling and presented, because the haikus are much smaller, shorter, didn't work out so well. And then I wanted to have a Firebase backend, and I wanted to have sign-in because I actually wanted to give people a chance to comment on a result that they retrieved with this generator. So you can follow all the steps that I did by looking at the code repo. I'm going to share the slides later again. So all of this is either linked from the Medium article or the code repo. So this is the technical part, but I have a few minutes left, and I quickly want to look a little bit at the result. How good is the wine snob now? Does the wine snob know anything about wine? It's AI, and it feels like you're talking to a real person when you talk to these things. They are so smart. So let's see if we can call the bluff. So if you look at this wine vocabulary, you can categorize it in 3 buckets. The first one is the hard facts. Anything about the manufacturing process, how the wine was matured, kind of what blend it is, and so on. That's well documented. The winemakers publish sheets with these facts, and you can easily look it up. The second category is more subjective. So that's kind of the flavor profile, these flavor comparisons. That gets a little more fuzzy. So typically in a wine tasting, even the best experts will not all come up with the same adjectives when they describe the same wine. This is extremely personal. However, there are certain flavor profiles that are common to certain wine. Like, if a white wine has guava, has like pineapple and guava flavors, we will say, yeah, that's probably Sauvignon Blanc fine. If a red wine is described as pineapple and guava, don't order it. Red wine should not have these flavors. If it does, something went seriously wrong. So there's certain kind of groups of flavors that you expect with certain grapes certain wines. And within this group of flavors, if you know the first winemaker says, oh, this has hints of tobacco, and the second one says hints of leather, it's difficult to prove them wrong. But yeah, if they're completely out of the expected range, you can guess that probably it got wrong. And then the last category here is the pure poetry. I am not sure what linear acidity is, and I'm not sure the winemaker knew either. It just sounds nice. It's marketing fluff, to be honest. So with this in mind, let's look at an actual generated piece of wine content, wine tasting. And so I read this to you. It's the 2018 Jostenberg Baccamat. It's a full-bodied, complex red wine with aromas of blackberries, plums, and cherries. It has a smooth, velvety texture and a long, lingering finish. The wine is made from a blend of Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and Shiraz grapes, and it was aged in oak barrels for 18 months. This wine is perfect for enjoying with grilled meats, roasted game, or hearty pasta dishes. So this text is generated by AI. With the input I gave is the 2018 Jostenberg Baccamat. I intentionally picked this wine because Jostenberg is a small boutique winery in Stellenbosch. They are well known and their wines are online. It's nothing too exotic. But Baccamat doesn't give the model any hint about what wine it is, what blend it is. Pinotage is a grape, and kind of you expect certain flavors. Baccamat is the family name of the winemaker. It's completely neutral. From the name alone, you couldn't even tell whether it's a red or white wine. The model clearly identified it correctly as a red wine, so that's good. I'm very happy with that. And yeah, let's look at it from there on. So first of all, the general tone and style of this writing. I have to say, I was blown away. I think this is fantastic. This writes so much better than I can ever write. I mean, the eloquence of this is fantastic. In all my tests, I never caught the model doing a grammar mistake like that. I mean, this thing speaks much better English than me. So on that front, it gets full marks, absolutely. When we then look at individual statements, that's where the paint peels off a little bit. So first we have the category of like the fuzzy comparison flavor profiles. Full-bodied, complex, blackberries, plum, cherries. Why not? It's all believable. All of these flavors are kind of typical red wine flavors. I'm not an expert enough to really call BS on this because, you know, sure, maybe there is cherry in there. Actually, in most Stellenbosch wines, there's some note of cherry in there. So I give the model credit for that. Grilled meats, the food pairing, grilled meats, game, hearty pasta dishes. It's also kind of touchy-feely, fuzzy. Why not? Every white wine goes well with pasta. I also give the model some credit for that. Where it breaks down is on the hard facts. And this is easy for me to test. So it says a blend of Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and Shiraz. That's a very good guess. A lot of the Stellenbosch blends are this. Unfortunately, it's wrong in this case. So this particular wine is Cap Sauvignon, Touriga Nacional, Mourvèdre, and Shiraz. So it is a bit of an unusual blend, and clearly the model did not have that knowledge. Same with the oak barrels for 18 months. It's a good guess, but again, it's wrong. This wine was aged for 20 months in oak barrels, and the beauty of this manufacturing process is they use different barrels. They have old fill and new fill and kind of manipulate the flavor profile from that. So the model didn't mention that at all. So this is basically the point where you see, despite all the eloquence and despite all the really, really nice language, you can't trust the thing a bit. It really doesn't know about wine at all. It pretends. It's as much of a wine snob as I am. So what does that mean for us? To be honest, this experiment rattled me a little bit. Because what I really realize now is we have to be super diligent from now on. I knew about hallucinations, about the fact that models can make up facts. And I always imagine hallucinations as, one day the model will tell me that Cape Town is a beautiful European city, and I will be able to call bullshit. But what I saw here is, it's much worse. It's the facts are kind of very close together with likes and half-likes. And it's incredibly difficult. You really have to investigate every single word. Is that true? Is that a fact? Is that correct? Now, I should also say, what I did here is this experiment wasn't completely fair. In fact, I discussed it with a few machine learning experts, and they all said it's unfair. Models are not designed to do what I made it do. I gave it very little information and expected a lot of kind of true statements. That's not right. A more fair experiment, for example, would be to ask a winemaker to give me like 20 adjectives about their wine and then ask the model to turn that into an eloquent language. I take that criticism and I think it's right, but I also have to say this is how people use models. You know, we all put our homework question into a model and expect our homework to be solved, right? I don't ask for show of hands now, who's done that, but I'm sure everyone. So, you know, this is basically how people deal with models, interact with models. And so what you need to understand now is really, you can't just skim it and say it looks correct. You really need to be on your toes and investigate every single statement and pick out kind of the truth and kind of challenge the lies. Right, last slide, that's it. What this experiment taught me was adding AI, adding generative AI to Flutter is super easy, absolutely trivial. The challenge is the prompt design. For that, I highly recommend MakerSuite. It kind of, I mean, you can do the same thing directly in your app, but MakerSuite makes turnaround a lot faster. Everything from there on is standard Flutter. So if you're new to Flutter, that might look a little bit daunting, but it's kind of part of your normal Flutter journey anyway. It's about kind of doing an asynchronous call, presenting the result on a scrollable page, you know, maybe having authentication. All of that is standard Flutter. If you want to get started, I highly recommend the Haiku generator code lab. I think it really gets you started very easily, and then from there on, you can implement your own ideas. I hope that this talk gives you a few ideas about how you can basically come up with your own generative AI playground. I think there's a lot of potential in this. But basically, also, whatever you do, keep in the back of your head, this thing might sound like an authoritative expert. It certainly does sound like it knows a lot about wine, but it's bluffing, definitely. So just be extra vigilant when you interpret these results. And that's it. I hope we have we might be out of time for Q&A. If we don't have Q&A, please reach out to me. I'm here for the rest of the day. And actually, I'm here until 1 o'clock, unfortunately. I have to leave early. But I'd be happy to hear about your generative AI ideas.
We're running a bit late. However, I'll give you one question. So if you do have a question, okay, guys, just be like this. Because if you go like this and you was like that, it's like, show some life in these things, guys.
Umi, I wanted to ask you about Haiku generator. Does it only work with classical code?
I need to. So this particular code lab is Flutter specific. So it shows you how to implement this in Flutter. But the general concept, I mean, the prompt, it's just a REST API. You can send that from the web. You can integrate that into any project you want. The LLM part of the haiku generator is basically the prompt that says, write a haiku about this piece, this product. That you can call and embed into every single one. But the particular code lab is not Flutter specific because basically, yeah, it is from the Flutter documentation.
Thanks, Sylvia. Thanks, guys.
There were a few hands earlier. Please talk to me offline and I'll be happy to chat.
If Taman's clicker actually works. There we go. Hi everyone, my name is Ntlantla Kikosi. Yes, it does mean that I have two names that mean the exact same thing. Always difficult to explain what I do because I'm always involved in so many different things at the same time, both in my professional life as well as outside of that. Normally when I speak, I often have to tell people that I am from Johannesburg. Taman's click is just refusing it. It's fine. I'll just press spacebar. We'll go with it. I normally have to tell people, do you want me to try your third click? I think the problem is probably my MacBook. You know, people that use Apple products don't say my laptop, they say my MacBook. So, we'll forgive it. I found myself recently speaking a couple of times outside of this thing, so I always have to remind them from. So, glad that most of us here are from Johannesburg. And I often also have to answer the question, where the is that? So I simply tell them that it's in South Africa. And then they also have no idea where that is, so I tell them that they just have to remember that we're at the south of the continent. Now, I've been writing code for a while, not that long. I don't think I'm that long yet. But one of the most common things that I've always heard is that naming things is one of the most difficult things in computer science. I don't know if I actually believe it, but this is not a problem that I struggle with. I mean, obviously my family gave me the same name twice, so that's not a problem that we have. But speaking of naming things correctly, there you go. I also work for a company called BBD. If you've ever wondered what it stands for Barone, March, and Dominique. Our three founders. Again, we're really great at naming things. So clearly, writing code isn't a problem. So we are a 39-year-old software developer. We've been building software solutions since 1984. How many of you here were born in 1984? That's the one hand. I won't look at that person straight in the eyes. So we've been doing software since 1984. That's a long, long time. And the company started in Sanders Garage, right here in Johannesburg. And we've now grown from those three software developers to being a global bespoke software solutions firm. The numbers are dated. We now have about 1,200 software professionals all over the world. And we deliver solutions. When I say all over the world, I mean Joburg, Cape Town, Victoria, London, sort of. They think they're an office, but there's like only 30 of them there. We've got offices in the Netherlands, in India, in Portugal, and we have one person in Canada. We still don't have any idea why she's there. But, we write enterprise software most of the time, which means that we deliver software solutions in education, insurance, finance, government, every sector you name. I can guarantee you, and you're welcome to come challenge me afterwards, that every single person in this room has been impacted by BD software. Even if you don't live in South Africa. If you're here today, you probably have been impacted by South Africa by BD software. My job is slightly different from everyone else at BBD because I work in a unit we call ATC. If you ask anyone at BBD what this means, no one will tell you. It's a trade secret. But we keep the definition of ATC secret. We are BBD's research and development unit. We're also responsible for providing training to the rest of the company and doing what we call developer relations. We had our keynote speaker today saying that we're going to several people. But that's effectively what we do. I love community, and that's why GDP is so important. And I've always tried to immerse myself and the company in trying to help communities grow. And these are some of the meetups that I've been involved with. You can forget everything I've told you now, because none of it matters. The only thing that you should remember is that my Twitter or X handle is please feel free, let me know what you think of my talk. I'll stop wasting your time and talk about A11Y. I'll start off by telling you that I'm getting old, and I think my job is adding to my age. My colleagues have been teasing me the whole year about how old I'm getting. 42. And I think my job is adding decades to me. To try and combat this old age, I decided to start exercising. My friend Tabang over there, he's a gym person now, so he convinced me to go to the gym. But hey, gyms, you get to the gym, and it's just so intimidating. From the equipment to the exercises, it's like, what is going on? So I realized that the gym actually ain't for me, and I should probably find something that works better. So I decided to go back to sports that I like, namely horse riding and soccer. Not like that, more like this. So the two sports that I play is one where players are known for faking injuries, and the other is a sport where the participants or the riders are known for faking not to be injured, just so that they can keep competing. So it was absolutely hilarious when, while doing both of the sports, I got injured. And it was soccer that injured me and not horse riding. In fact, a few days before I got injured from soccer, I jumped 1.3 meters with a very, very massive horse. And I survived it. And then I just injured my knee. This injury was really, really bad. But I noticed something happening while I was injured and I was in the crutches. I'm getting grumpy. Really, really grumpy. Our guys, I'm part of the team that trains them. They keep telling me that I'm grumpy because I'm old. But I I noticed that I'm grumpy because I started realizing something, that everything is badly designed. The one thing I hated out of all of it, I mean, firstly, I hate doors, right? Doors are normally badly designed. If you want to see how badly designed doors are, you should look at the normal doors, right? But the one thing that I really, really hate is shopping malls. I've always hated them, but now I really do despise them. One of the things that really frustrated me is that I drive to a mall, I see a sign that says pharmacy X that I'm looking for. I park right outside the pharmacy, expecting it to be there, only to walk in and walk 600 meters across the mall. And of course, while I was speaking to some of my colleagues, they told me, no, but there's accessibility everywhere, right? There's ramps everywhere. The ramps normally look like this, right? I don't know if you've ever tried going down a ramp with crutches. Crutches are flat underneath, so you can imagine trying to keep that thing flat while having it support your weight. And so I started thinking, if it's frustrating me so much that malls are so badly designed, what about the software that I deliver into the industry? If I'm angry and I'm looking for someone to blame for how bad malls are, it begs me to ask the question whose responsibility it is to make sure that malls are accessible. And who's asking us the question? So I started thinking about that question. Whose responsibility is it to make sure that everything we deliver is accessible? Now, words have meaning. That meaning can sometimes be subjective. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page, let's take a look at what accessibility is. In my title, you will have seen A and Y. That's the numerator for accessibility, where A and Y are the last letters, and 11 is just the 11 characters in between. When we're looking for meaning, we look to dictionaries for some reason, and these dictionaries generally conform to this definition of accessibility, saying that it refers to the quality of being easily reached, entered, or used by people with disability. That's still very general, so I looked to a body that I often trust, which is the W3C, and they have a better definition for web accessibility. I'm a web developer, I love JavaScript. This you know. But web accessibility refers to or means that websites, tools, and technologies are designed and developed so that people with disabilities can use them. We're going to specify that it's specifically concerned with making sure that our solutions can be perceived, understood, navigated, and people can interact with the web. The only thing that I think is missing from this is to explain that disabilities are very vast. They're permanent, you get temporary disabilities like me with my knee contraption there, right? And it's very, very widespread. But the simple answer before I go into it, to the question of whose responsibility is, the answer is pretty simple. It's everyone's responsibility. We've all agreed that the words of my machine isn't enough. So every time I talk about accessibility, people go, oh, this is really important. It blows my mind that we are comfortable with developing and deploying software that only works for me, right? What about people with poor vision? What about people that don't have a mouse? These are all accessibility concerns, right? And in trying to talk to clients and business, I noticed that I need to tell them numbers. If you consider the fact that 15% of the world has digital accessibility, you start to realize that it's important. And again, I said 15% and none of you flinched. Let me rephrase it. Imagine losing the ability for 15% of the world to shop on your website. Now imagine you are Amazon. Imagine 15% of Amazon's revenue missing from your pocket. Now you see just how much we're talking. So this directly translates to lost revenue. It's also becoming a legal requirement across the world. I spoke in Darmstadt, Germany, earlier this year about accessibility. And one of the reasons why the room was full is not because accessibility is exciting, but it's because next year it's becoming law in Germany. And you know, in true South African government form, if it's law in Europe, you better believe it's coming, right? So it will copy following GDPR. So accessibility is actually going to become law sooner than most people think. So I looked to the W3C and they've got something called the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which is effectively guidelines for making web content more accessible to people with disabilities of all sorts. These guidelines There's 13 of them, and they're split into these 4 categories, namely things that are concerned with making sure our websites are perceivable, so people can see, people can understand them, people can operate them, and of course, they use the word robust, which is a very, very beautiful word. That means it's just everything, right? And if we tell people that this is how you must build things, you must also give them a way to measure these things. And so we've got a way of measuring how accessible your website is. We call them levels of performance. And because naming things is important to us, we name them A, double A, and triple A. Guess what's better than A? Guess what's better than double A? What am I even doing here? Right. And these range from simple things like making sure that all of your images are alternative text. You see some of you on Twitter or X where you post, you know that there are people that might not be using their eyes to interact with your feed, so you describe what the image is. Ranges from things like that all the way to really complex things like comprehension. On your website, do you say we write software, or do you say global bespoke solutions development? Right? What type of language are you using to make sure that people can actually use your stuff? If you're developing solutions that deal with life-saving medical equipment, or calling an ambulance, right? Do you say call ambulance, or do you say contact the Center for Deployment of Emergency Vehicles, right? So it's about choosing the language and the comprehension that you use for it. Well. But the most interesting thing is that the most common accessibility challenges in the world are actually the simplest one, like alternative text, keyboard accessibility. So it's really, really fascinating, especially with things like keyboard accessibility. I don't know if you've ever been or seen government or bank employees when they use this. They almost never touch the mouse. They just tap, 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 and they use the stuff. I used to work at a bookstore, and I learned very quickly that using the mouse saves time, or actually adds time to what you do. And there's research behind it, right? If you take away the keyboard, or if you take away the mouse rather, it's proven that you get about 20 to 30% productivity gain. Just because the time it takes you to move to your mouse, right? Those microseconds add up, and that actually translates to productivity. I like talking to my colleagues. One of my colleagues who always indulges me is our CEO. His name is Kevin. I find him while he's busy. I'm like, I know you're running a company, but have you heard of accessibility? And he always indulges me. And when I told him this, he told me about a time when he deployed or developed a solution for one of our very big clients. And accessibility was a need because we were deploying software that was going to be used by the public. To try and address this, they hired one person. One of my former colleagues, he's blind, has the best dog I've ever met in my life, German Shepherd, my favorite. And he used to test the software first. But this client quickly abandoned it because he would block the stuff from going to production and say, I cannot use this. I have no idea how to log in. I have no idea how to process my returns for whatever system this hypothetical system is, right? And very quickly, the client lost interest in this. I realized that the reason for this is because they tasked that one responsibility of making sure we're accessible to one person. It is such an important thing, and they didn't make it anyone else's responsibility. So the developers would say, hey, we have built up the code, wait for the accessibility testing to fail, and then come back and change the one thing that is wrong. And so if we're going to make accessibility better, we need to give everyone in the software development lifecycle the tools they need to teach themselves and to test whether the stuff they built is truly accessible. So we need to find practical tools. I don't believe in sending people on courses. I don't tell my grads that because I actually run courses. But I believe in giving people a challenge and say, figure it out. I think that's personally how I learn more, and I like to take that philosophy forward. So the rest of this talk is effectively me showing you some of my favorite tools that I found to help us. We'll start off with my favorite people in the world, testers. They've given me sleepless weekends. You find someone making coffee at 1 p.m. when I deployed at 9 a.m. You ask them to test, I don't know how I'll test. And then they log a critical bug at 4:30 p.m. on a Friday, and they pick up and they go home. My favorite people. So when I say QA developers or QA engineers or testers. I found this website built by the W3C, the Worldwide Web Consortium, and it's the Web Accessibility Evaluations Tools. It's a website built to just tell you what tools there are for accessibility. What I like about it is that on the left pane over there, you are able to see and filter the different types of tools you want. So you want a tool that tests whether you pass the German laws. There's a tool just for that. You want a tool that tests color contrast. There's a tool for that. And so I'm going to show you some of my favorites of those tools. Are you ready? To do this, I need a website to test. I like my job, so I won't test BBD's website. I also like speaking at GDG, so I decided I want them to invite me back, so I'm not going to test them. I thought of written code, but someone liked me. So I found this website built by the Chrome Web Dev team. It's called Medical Histories. And if you look at it, the website looks absolutely beautiful. I'm on time constraints, so I won't show you the website live, but you're more than welcome to check it out. And this website has, or they claim that they've built, that's why I'm like, it's for testing purposes, right? But I can use this website without pissing people off, so I decided to make this useless. Speaking of the Chrome Dev Tool, inside all of your Chrome browsers, you have this thing called Lighthouse. Lighthouse, in for sake of fun, I will show you the demo. But Lighthouse is able to generate reports around things like performance, around things like accessibility, how friendly it is on mobile. And part of the reports that they give you, one of my favorite things about it is that it also tells you how to go about fixing some of these things. The one thing though that I found is that I like is that it also tells you what things you need to go to manually check. Stuff like tab order. And I'll show you an example in a second, right? I found another tool called WAVE, which stands for Web Accessibility Evaluation Tools. Now, WAVE, I'm checking to see if I've got stuff for you. Yes, I do. Now, WAVE is really interesting, and I'll show you in a second. WAVE has what we call annotation. The WAVE is an add-on you add on to your browser, and once you've used WAVE, it's able to show you things like these colors are too close to each other for people with progenovia can see. And it's able to also guide you on what color was text. Around the same time, I also found something called XDevTools, and I'm skipping through some of the things here, so you'll forgive me. XDevTools is a dev tool add-on that you can add to your browser that also tells you similar stuff. The only reason why I can't show you XDevTools beyond this screenshot is that when I was preparing for this talk, my trial had already expired, which is a very important thing. So I'm going to show you Wave quickly. Let's see if I can get to it. There we go. My browser. Which website would you like to test? You want to test DVD? There you go. I found it. Sorry, I don't have a screen in front of me to show you this page. So we'll take a look at this website. And if I right click there and I click on Wave, on the left-hand pane, Wave is able to show us what the issues are. And the most interesting thing here that I found is that if you take a look at this website, right, you would expect the logo on the top left-hand corner over here to be the first element that you can interact with. It's actually not. The first thing, when we go to tab order, is that tab order? Yes. The number one is the subscribe button. The developer thought if someone presses enter, I want them to subscribe, right? But the interesting thing is that I haven't given you my email. And without a mouse, I actually can't even go into the box to type an email, right? So these are the important things about accessibility and checking things like tab order, because this literally translates to lost business. So that's how stuff like Wave works. Switch back to the slides. Here we go. And then before we get to the devs, I want to tell you about project managers. I know we have a lot to say about them, but part of my job now is being one, so I won't say a lot of things about them. They're awesome people. And I wanted a tool to track whether the websites I built are accessible and to track them over time, so that I can go back to my dev team and say, this was accessible last week, why is this bad this week? For that, I also needed a free tool, so I found this one. It's called Aggie. If you remember anything from today, remember that Peli is also open source, it's free, and it's an alternative to Xcore, which is the other engine that I showed you. Peli, straight from the dots, you can use it as a terminal tool. So you install it and you can just run Peli, you give it any website you want. It will go and test accessibility on the website. You can also use it inside of your own project, right? Where you can provide multiple URLs and it will go and check those websites for accessibility. This is how you would use it, say in a Node, we'll just use JavaScript. Not because it's the best language in the world, but like so in a Node application, you use it like this, where you just give it an example. So if we replace that with our CodePen link, it's able to tell you what those results are. It gives you the results like this. And the things to look at here is that it tells you what rule you've broken, things like color contrast or missing alternative text. It also shows you a snippet of your code that is violating these rules. So that as a developer, you can copy that and go and search in your code base and see which part of your code is actually violating this. I then started doing something interesting. I started building my own website where I can take in some stuff from the front end in terms of URLs and then go and run these tests on my own applications. This is what it looked like. You just give it a URL, click, and then it would bring back all of these results. This website was cool. It was really useful. When I start building useful things, I always get worried. As a JavaScript developer, I know that I can't be the first. When I build something, I wonder, did someone else not build it before? So I say, allows you to enter the websites that you want, and then it will keep track of them all the time. It will be able to tell you what the progression is. So no one has an excuse, not in my perfect languages. But if we're testing accessibility only in production, it's too late. Right? We need to stop the culprits while they develop. I see them, they just say no. And we know that developers write tests, right? We all test our software. I currently look after a couple of teams that build software, and I see AI at the back there. And it's not that I don't trust my developers, right? It's just that I'm also a developer. So I know that sometimes you forget to uncomment the tests, right? And you're thinking, these things happen, right? So I've learned that the best way is to just stop the pull request. If it doesn't conform to the things that we've agreed to, it just doesn't go into main. It's as simple as that. So what we need to do is we need to automate our accessibility testing, and then we need to block the pull requests if you fail the accessibility testing. Right. So if your dev workflow looks like this, where you make some changes on the machine, push them out to some server, you say, hey, I've got this really beautiful code, can we please merge it with the rest of the code? And then we merge, we approve and then we merge. You need to add one more thing there. You need to check if it's accessible. And only if the code you submitted is accessible do we let you do this. This means that we need to start up the server somehow, right? We need to launch a browser to go and test this thing. Then we need to go to localhost, blah, blah, blah. Is that a chicken? It is. We need to go to localhost, I don't know why, AI, it's not me. We need to wait for it to load, and then once it's loaded, we need to run Peli against this thing, so that it can tell us this. To block PRs, we need to do it on our build servers, because we're all building in the cloud. We're not going to build it on our local machine. And this goes back to spend 30 minutes doing nothing. I'm building. For this, I needed to find something that works with our continuous integration tools. And so I found something called Peli CI. How many of you here use GitHub? The whole room, I'm glad, right? One of my favorite things about the modern GitHub is Peli Actions, right? Peli Actions, or GitHub Actions rather, is a way of implementing continuous integration into our work. So with GitHub Actions, you can write a very simple YAML file, and the YAML file simply uses Peli Actions that will take in your workflow, run your tests for you. What ends up happening is that your tests look like this. Whenever you create a pull request into the main or your release branch or whatever child branch you have, it actually runs all of these tests and it tells you which tests to use. And then it blocks your pull requests. It tells you while they're still running, And it tells you that it will not allow any merging to happen. Means that as a developer, you can click it and see the details and you can see exactly where it failed, why it failed, and the line of code that's actually making this decision. But then again, we know what developers would do, right? If I build that, the developers will simply make changes, push it up, wait for the build to fail, fix that one thing, push it back up again. That might be fine for the developers, but what it actually does is like it costs money. Every time a build agent runs in the cloud, that's compute power, and it costs money. So the best way to do this, right, is to listen to the developers and say, I tested it on my machine, it worked on my machine, right? And take away that opportunity for them to say that by forcing the tests on their local machine before they can even bring it up to our build server outright. If you've never done testing, web testing most of the time looks like this. You need a test runner, you need an assertion library, and you need a browser. We call it a headless browser. One of my favorite tools is called Jest because it fulfills those two things. If you use Jest and something else like Puppeteer, you are able to test your front-end code from your computer in the terminal without needing to see it yourself. You can do it all automatically. One of my favorite things about the Jest website is that they describe it as a delightful JavaScript testing framework. I don't think a lot of people find JavaScript delightful, but load shedding. It's gonna take us a second.
Don't worry, we are escort.
Cool. I think I'll just continue until this thing comes back up. Yes? No? I'm gonna switch my projector so that we don't waste time. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Give me a second. This is interesting. On the TV roll. Thank you. How many developers does it take to turn on TV? It's a hardware problem. Let's see. My laptop seems to think this thing's on. Something changed. How do I switch HDMI? Do you know? There we go. So received. There we go. Cool. We'll do it like this. This is what writing Jest test looks like. You simply describe your test, you call the function, and it's able to tell you when it breaks. And this is what the breaking doesn't look like. Let's see. There we go. Cool. So if you told it that this is what my test should do, it's able to tell you how many tests failed, and it can also show you which of those tests actually failed. Which means that, oh, wait. There we go. Which means that we can also address a very simple thing. You'll notice that in my examples, we were giving it a whole URL. When you're building large systems, you almost never build a whole page. You build small components that come together to build pages. With Jest, we are now able to test accessibility on a component level and not just the entire page. By giving it the HTML there, and then it's able to tell you, well, there's the HTML, it's able to tell you exactly where the things are failing on a component level. Also means that we're able to configure it to tell it to ignore some of the rules that don't apply to your component, because context is everything. I also needed to guide the developers on why the things are failing while they're typing. And so I found this linter that tells you while you're writing your HTML that, hey, this thing is not going to be accessible, right? So here you'll see that we've got an image tag that doesn't have an alt text, and it's able to show you that as well. There we go. I needed to make sure that I protect my wallet or the company's wallet by not spending money on our build agents. So I found Husky. Husky uses it hooks. What I've been able to do with Husky is that every time you try to commit your changes, it will run accessibility tests and block your commit. Not even your push, you're committed to your own machine, right? This is a sure way to upset all of the developers on your team. But with something like Hustle, right, it might frustrate you in the first couple of weeks, but it will teach you to make accessibility a first-class citizen of your development process. When you create a button, right, you don't leave the button size as 0 and it's invisible on your website and you say, we'll do that later, right? Or I'll do that in the next commit. When you create a button, you make sure that it's visible on the browser. So why isn't accessibility treated as the exact same thing? But you can still configure this and just keep it as part of your push process. This is what it looks like when it tells you you can't commit, sorry, and you run the risk of losing all of your changes. We've covered all of these tools to look at how to monitor your accessibility, how to test them manually, and how to automate them. But I noticed something. So one of the big problems of accessibility is the designers. This is where you say, it's not us, the designers, right? Designers are often responsible for choosing colors, for choosing fonts, and sizes, and all of these things. So I went and I found a couple of tools to help them test for accessibility as well. This tool, I forgot its name, is able to tell you what percentage of the population has what type of visual impairment, and with that it's able to help you prioritize which of those you address. Contrast checker helps you check for contrast, but it's also able to tell you that with the colors you've chosen, these are the standards that you are passing, and these are the ones that you fail, like AA, AAA. I also found Focus Order that's built by Microsoft Design that helps you test whether the focus order of your design is appropriate. eBay has one that annotates your stuff in like ways, but this is probably one of the best tools I found, which is Extra Designers. What this does is that all of the tools that you saw earlier, for the PMs, for the developers, it uses the same core library, the same core engine, and the same language, which means that when you tell the designer, this thing is bad, you can use words that they understand. You can tell them that the contrast is sitting at 3.9 as opposed to 4.1, and you will both start understanding exactly what you're talking about. We've now gone through tools for the entire software development lifecycle, which means that absolutely no one has an excuse. Which means that I'm going to close off by cautioning you. I've given you tools, but these tools have limitations. They have limitations because they can't test everything, and they don't replace manual testing. A modern philosopher called ChatGPT once said to me, it's important to remember that automated testing should be used in conjunction with manual testing in order to reach the highest level of accessibility. My name is Lucky Kosi. Thank you very much.
That was lucky, guys. Okay, so we're running a bit late, so unfortunately we will not be able to get questions from Lucky. Don't worry, however, he's here. He can catch you at any time. And I hope the question was, can you get more freestyle? It's not a question. It's not allowed. Okay, guys, so our next speaker will be Nick Wilkinson, and he is a machine learning engineer at Office-In. The other three staff guys. So,
Hi. Can I just put this here for a second?
Yeah, sure.
How are you?
Yeah, can you?
I look a bitch.
From page.
I look a bitch.
I like it. I like it. Thank you very much. Wow, this was amazing. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Mike.
Get to engage now.
Oh, no,
I'm doing good.
No. He left BD 2020.
Where's the kid?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. Happy to go that. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Cool. How's everybody? Hope you're all having a good day so far and you've been enjoying the talks. Yeah, as mentioned, I'm going to be talking about turbocharging recruitment with TensorFlow recommendations. It's quite a long title, I'll break down exactly what that all means. But first, just hi, I'm Nick. I am a machine learning engineer at OfficeN. I'm part of the data team, and my day-to-day job is taking machine learning models and scaling and deploying them onto cloud infrastructure and productionizing them. Cool. So where to start? What exactly are we trying to do? What am I talking about? What is the concept of this? And basically, I want to talk about the rise of recommendation systems. But before I do that, I need to tell you exactly what OfficeN does. I've told a bunch of you outside of the stand, so you might have to listen to this again. But basically, we are a developer job marketplace. So our aim is to try to connect developers to awesome opportunities. We have a whole lot of companies on our platform who are hiring, and they reach out to the developers on the platform. And historically, the way this has worked is that the companies on our platform use a search function to search through all of our developers. And while search is cool, we feel like we can do something better. So why do we need recommendations? OfficeN has grown quite a lot. We have over 2,000 companies on our platform. We have hundreds of developers in every month looking for opportunities. And searching is hard, right? You need to scroll through a whole lot of items. You might have to adjust your search terms. You're looking at Google, you can look for something, and you have to remove the term. Try to figure out exactly what it is that you're looking for. And the solution to this is personalized recommendations. So recommendations, rather than you having to go and search for the thing you're looking for, the thing you're looking for comes straight to you. So those of you who are familiar with Spotify or Netflix, YouTube, when the algorithm's like, hey, you've watched 20 cat videos today, you might want to look at another one. That's what a recommendation engine is doing, and I'm going to show you how to build one of those. Cool, let's start with recommendation systems basics. So what exactly is the recommendation system? How does it work? What's the objective of it? What is it kind of? At a very basic level, we have users and we have items. So we have user queries, so that's the part of the system that's working out the intent of the user. What is the user trying to look for? To go back to the Netflix example, the query might be a user who's super into action movies and we're trying to find them some more action movies to recommend. And then items, and the items in that example would be movies and series. And those are the pool of things that we could possibly bring back to give to the user. In the case of OfficeN and our recommendation engine, users are job opportunities, so the roles that are on the platform, the companies that are trying to hire people. For example, if somebody's listed a role for a senior Python developer, that's an example of one of our users. And the items that we're trying to match are our developers. So we're trying to go through our whole pool of all the developers who signed up on OfficeN and say, these guys are the best match for this role that you've created, and you might want to check them out. So how exactly do you go about doing it? Older systems and some new systems use it in a hybrid way as well, use what's known as content-based filtering. So what content-based filtering does is it considers item similarity. So if you've been browsing something on Takealot, for example, and you've been looking at phones, for example, it will come up and say, you've looked at phones, here are some similar things, these are also phones, you might want to look at these as well. The way that works is we have a user, in my example, I've got Sarah from Lord of the Rings over there, and we know that he likes the ring, and we know that the ring is similar to the little orb here for the Lord of the Rings hands. And we know those two items are similar, so we say, hey, we might want to recommend this item to Sarah, because he's this thing, and we like that, and it's similar. But we can do better than that, because this only considers stuff that we know the user has already looked at. So if the user hasn't looked at something before, we have no information about it, we can't possibly recommend something to them. So we can't sort of expand their horizons in terms of what we recommend. So a better way and another way of doing recommendations is what's known as collaborative filtering. So rather than considering similarity at a user level, at an item level, we look at similarity on a user level. And we say, our first user, let's go back to the Netflix example, it's quite a nice concrete one. Our first users watched a whole lot of Marvel movies, and they've also watched some Star Wars movies. And then we've got another user who comes along who's super into Marvel. And we say, hey, those two users have been watching similar stuff. Maybe we should take some of the stuff the first users watched and recommend it to other because it seems like they have a similar taste. So yeah, the way that works, again, we say user number 1 likes an item, and user number 2 likes an item, and based on the information we have about these users, we know that they're similar. They can do for example, overlords. So let's recommend the ring to Sarah. Cool, I hope that all can make sense. So that's the theory side of things. What does this actually look like in practice? What sort of architecture can we use to build something that does this? The architecture that we're going to use is known as a 2-tower model. So not the 2 towers from Lord of the Rings, but something more like that. Don't worry, I'm going to break down each part of that diagram now and explain how each section works, but we'll go back to this right at the end to explain how it works. So the first thing that you have is known as an encoding tower, so that's why it's called a 2-tower model. There's 2 of these encoding towers. And basically the job of this is to take information about your user or your item and to turn it into what's known as an embedding. So the way we do this is using machine learning, AI, neural networks. So how do you familiar with neural networks and how they work? Yeah, a couple of you. Basically what the neural network does is it takes all this text information that we have and it tries to learn a representation in a number form, so we know computers work much better with numbers than they do with text, that tells us the information that's contained in this item. So we might have an item that is, again, if we're using movies, let's say The Lord of the Rings, and then we want to invent the fact that it is a fantasy movie, that it's a very long movie, some of the actors in it. The neural network can learn those kind of connections, and then it can spit out a vector number representation that contains that information. So it's a way for the model to basically learn what these items and users, or what they look like at a computational level. Yeah, so basically the way it works is we take in the features that we have in our case about the candidates. So it might be where they're based, what skills they have, what roles they're looking for, and we pass those through what's known as embedding. So that gives us our first text to number representation, and we pass it through some neural networks, and they spit out a final embedding that represents that candidate. Next, we have what's known as the ranking stage. So I think I mentioned we have 2 of those towers. We have one that embeds the queries and one that embeds the candidates. So again, from Alpha's end, we have one that embeds the job descriptions and one that embeds the candidates. Now we have a representation of both of these things. Now we need a way to figure out, do they match? Are they a good match for each other? Are they completely different? So a cool way that we can do this is we can try to predict how highly a company would rate a candidate as a match for their job. So if we were to present a company with a candidate's profile and say, hey, does this match on a scale of 1 to 10? How much does it match? And they say it's a 10, it's perfect, or it's a 1, I'm sorry, this candidate doesn't work, they should be looking for a different kind of job. We can try to predict that score. And the way that we try to predict that is with another neural network. So we have a neural network that takes in the 2 embeddings, passes it through some layers, and it tries to predict what's known as the rank. With that predicted score, we can then pass through our jobs and our users, the pairs of those, through our 2 towers, and we can come up with a score of who is the best match, who is the lowest match, and we can rank the candidates in order from best to worst. So this is, we basically got to the point where we can provide a recommendation. Sadly, there's a bit of a problem with this. It's super computationally expensive. So if we have 1,000 companies and 1,000 candidates, we have to match every single possible pair, so there's a million combinations, and pass those all through this neural network, all through the other neural network. That takes days, right? That's just not feasible, like practically feasible. If we think about YouTube with how many million videos they have, that's just not going to work out. So we need to do something else. We need to do something clever. And that's where what's known as the retrieval stage comes in, right? So the idea here is, instead of looking at all 1,000 possible connections on our platform, can we make that into a short list using a different system? So can we say, here's the top 100, and then we just rank those top 100. And fortunately, we can use what's known as a retrieval stage. So it takes the output, again, we've got the embedding that represents our job, and the embedding that represents our candidates. And it tries to work out how similar they are and put them into a vector space. Basically, a vector space you can just think of as a Cartesian plane. So if we have an item and a user, or a job and a candidate that are super similar, then their two dots should be in a similar place in the plane. We have one that's far away, it should end up far away. So we try to train a model to make this happen with the embeddings, that good matches end up close together, bad matches end up far apart. And luckily, using this, we can pre-compute all of the items available, so that's one bonus we have. And we can also far more computationally efficiently bring back the top list. So we do what's known as a nearest neighbors search. So there's a new role on our platform. We can say, what are the 100 closest candidates to this role? And that gives us our shortlist. And we take that shortlist and pass it through the ranking model. Cool. Final step is what's known as the post-ranking stage. And this is not too complicated, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. It's basically just post-processing. So these deep learning machine learning models are super cool, but you don't always know why exactly they've predicted something. It's hard to dive into the model and say, hey, they predicted this person's a good match for this specific reason. And business people don't always like that. Business people like to know the explainability behind things, or sometimes there's business rules that you have to enforce. So that's where your post-ranking comes in. So for example, at Office-In, if a role is looking for a candidate who has to be office-based in Joburg, we don't want to go and recommend them a Cape Town hybrid candidate who's looking for a Cape Town hybrid position. That's not going to be a good match either. The model might come up and say, hey, this is a really strong match, so it might ignore that location filter. And the post-ranking model is a way to say, actually, no, there's a hard stop. We cannot recommend somebody with these certain criteria. Cool. So that's basically how the architecture works. And then we use what's known as multitask training. So it's a bit complicated and technical, but basically the ranking and retrieval stages that I explained, you can train those at the same time. And then you can make use of what's known as transfer learning. So what the model learns when it's training towards those two different tasks, it can share information that can help make it more accurate. Cool. So putting it all together, we have our position tower, we have our candidate tower. The position tower creates a number representation of the position. The candidate tower creates a number representation of candidates. And then we have a ranking stage, which tries to predict the score, so how well they match. And we have a retrieval stage, which tries to bring back the 100 or 10 or whatever you choose versus candidates. That candidate vector index inside there I'll talk about later, but if you remember I mentioned we can pre-compute some stuff. So we know all the candidates who we could possibly recommend on the platform. So we can actually pass all of their embeddings through that candidate tower beforehand and compute all of that beforehand. And then just save those vectors to use later. So we don't have to keep on computing that every time. Cool. So that is basically how it works, what the architecture looks like. The next question is how do we build it? What's the technical implementation of this thing? Fortunately, our friends over at TensorFlow have provided the library known as TensorFlow Recommenders. It takes some of this really complicated modeling and wraps it up into a nice, easy-to-use package. So it's basically a library built on top of TensorFlow and Keras. I'm not sure how many of you have used or played around with those. If you haven't, I recommend it. It's super fun. And it helps with building the recommender systems. It helps with data prep, the model structuring, training, and simplification. This is just a code example. Don't worry, you can't see the code. It's not important for us in the code. This is just showing how easy it makes it to build a model like that. So that big complicated thing I explained, this is TensorFlow's demo of how TensorFlow Recommenders library works. And this is the entire data. So that user model and movie model, those are your two towers. The objective, there's the retrieval objective, and then they combine the two models, the two towers, and the objective. And then you say dot fit on your data and you train the model. So it really takes a lot of the really complicated stuff, the scary maths, and graphs, and stuff that we use. Cool. So step one of the technical implementation is our data prep. So I've spoken a lot about training. What that actually means is learning from our data the task that we are trying to achieve. So the first step in this is collecting some data to train from. So you need something for your model to learn from. So what we do is we collect historical matching pairs. OfficeN has been around for 7 years now. We've been placing candidates at companies and we've got good experience doing that. So we collect all of our historical matching pairs where candidates have successfully found jobs, and we call that a match. That's some data that we can use to train this model to try to find similar matches. We use some feature engineering. That's basically extracting some information about our positions and about our candidates. So they list the skills, the location where they're based, that kind of stuff. And then we create match pair rating. So earlier I mentioned that we were trying to predict what the company would rate this candidate on a scale of 0 to 10. You might have had the question, where does that rating score come from? How can our companies actually rating people? Sadly, not. It would be really easy to train this. So what we do is we use all the other information we have on our platform to create a rating. So if a candidate is successfully finds a job with a company, that's a super strong signal to us. That's like, yes, this company loved this candidate, that job and that profile matched perfectly, awesome. But there are other things that can happen as well. So a company can reach out and send an interview request to talk to a candidate and then decide, actually, no, we're not going to go with this candidate. That's also a good signal for them. It shows that the company saw the candidate profile and was like, oh, this is a decent match, we actually want to talk to this person. And then we have views and likes. So while they're scrolling through the candidates, the companies can like a candidate or they can just view a candidate. That also gives us a signal. It's saying, hey, they're kind of interested in this person. Using all of those, we create a weighted sum. So we weight matches very, very highly because that's like our best signal, and we match views really low, and we build up the score. And that's what we're trying to predict in the ranking model. Cool. In terms of the workflow, the same there. We built this on AWS, and I know that's a Google Cloud conference, which is a bit awkward. So I will tell you the services that we use and the Google equivalent services. You could build this in Azure, in GCP, in AWS, in whatever your favorite cloud provider is. We just happen to be using AWS for this project. So we have our raw data in our data lake, in S3, in Google Cloud, that would be Google Storage, cloud storage, thank you. And then we do some feature processing on Dask. Dask is basically a distributed computing environment. It's a bit like Pandas, if everybody's using Pandas, except it works on multiple machines, so you can use big data loads. Fargate is basically a cloud, is a Docker container, Kubernetes type environment. I think cloud running, is that correct? Thank you. That's what you use in GCP, and then we put it back into our cloud storage, the actual features, cloud feature store. So now we've got our data, we're start training the model. How exactly do we train and deploy it? So the first thing that we need to do is train the entire model. So those two towers that I showed and the tower on top, we train all of that. All of that historical data is how we train the job. Then we freeze the model in its position once it's trained. So once it's good at doing the thing that it's trying to learn how to do, we freeze it and save it. And we also save the ranking model. This model that predicts the score from 0 to 10. So that's now ready to use. The next thing we need to do is we need to load in the options that we can recommend. So the candidates who are currently live on the platform. So we take those candidates and we pass them through the candidate tower, and we get our vector embedded. It's basically our number representations of the candidates. And then we create a candidate index using those. So we take the embeddings and save them as another model layer, or if you're using the vector database, you can save them in the vector database to do the same kind of efficient retrieval. And this happens frequently. So the full model training, you don't very often. You do that maybe once a month, maybe once a quarter, depends how changing your data is, but once that's trained, you can kind of leave it low profile. The candidate index you have to do often, because we have new candidates coming onto the platform all the time, and if they haven't been indexed, we can't recommend them to a company. So that's bad, obviously. So we can put this job on like a daily, an hourly, whatever your frequency is, this happens more often. Cool. And then step 4 is actually deploying the model. So we deploy the retrieval part, so that's the part that brings back the top 100 candidates, and we deploy the ranking model, and we put those behind an endpoint. You can probably use Vertex AI, we use the SageMaker endpoint. I don't know what that is. And then the last step is to orchestrate this. So when somebody makes an actual request, they're like, hey, I would like a recommendation for my position. We have to make all of these steps happen in order. So we retrieve the top 100, we create matching pairs, and then we rank those top 100 from best recommendation to lowest recommendation. And this is just the architecture diagram basically for just explaining. So infrequently train and save the big model, more frequently load the model and process the candidates, and then put it behind an endpoint. And then to serve the model, we put it behind an API. So basically, there's a web endpoint where you can send some data about your position. You say, all right, I'm looking for a Python engineer based on Python with 10 years experience. And then the model will go through the API request, will go to a Lambda function, which is similar to Scala functions in GCP. And then that will call the 2-tower model, which will bring back your best positions. And then the last thing that happens in that script is the post ranking. So that business logic I talked about earlier to make business people happy, that's where that happens. And then it sends back a payload and says, here is your 10 best candidates to recommend. Cool. So what does that actually look like? What's the end result of all of this stuff that we've built? Within the opt-in profile, that's our page. So if you are a company looking for candidates and you have created a front-end developer and back-end developer position, there will be a banner like that that says candidates you might be interested in, and there'll be a list. And as you click on them, if you move away and come back later, there'll be new recommendations there. The same as like those of you who use TikTok, Instagram, etc. As you scroll through your For You and you come back, there's new stuff recommended all the time. And then the last step is when they do click into a candidate, we ask them with that little gray band at the top, is this person a good recommendation? So we want to always improve this model. Obviously, it's not perfect. And the best way we can improve it is to ask the users directly, was this good or was this bad? We can take that information back to retrain the model to be even better at what it's going to do. Cool. That's basically my story. Just to recap the steps involved in what you want to do if you're trying to build your own recommendation engine. First, get yourself some training data, get yourself some user item pairs. There's some awesome open source data sets available if you want to play with this. There's movie lens, it's a very popular one that has users who've rated movies, you can use that. Next, look at TensorFlow recommenders. I cannot stress enough how much easier this will make your life. If you want to go and build this thing from scratch in TensorFlow, power to you, but I would recommend it. Yeah, it really is a fantastic library. And then if you try to build a really big recommendation engine using a retrieval stage and item index to narrow down the list of candidates you possibly recommend, is the way that you can do this if you want it to be performant and work in real time. Finally, train and serve on your favorite cloud provider, or if you have the power to do that alone, you can use that too. And then post-ranking model. If you're part of a business who has some business rules, you need to add those in. Cool. Thank you so much. That's my story.
Thanks, man. Sorry I had to rush you.
Okay.
And I know there's only this young people to go out. So guys, we have one more speaker just before lunch. This is like kind of funny. He's talking about
honored and privileged to be here. I did participate in a Women Tech Makers session earlier, which was just a bunch of fun for me. So I'm really excited to be here today. I will be taking you through our startup program. So I'm from Google, and I'll be taking you through what our startup program looks like. And then I'll just give you a bit of history around how this program was sort of consolidated and taken to market and why it's so important to me and to Google. So a bit of intro. My name is Mpumi, and I am part of the Google Cloud team. My title is that of a partner engineer. So what that is that I am a technical advisor to all Google Cloud partners in Africa. Now, what is a Google Cloud partner? Now, Google Cloud, from a partnerships perspective, has obviously made some investments in our region and has made some investments in companies that are able to resell Google Cloud solutions, as well as provide services from an implementation perspective to solve business problems. Now, resell cloud partners come in all shapes and sizes, and there's margins that are available to incentivize these partners to be able to take solutions to market. And then services partners, you may have seen a company named Cloudsmiths in the building. So they are one of our key partners in South Africa that are taking some solutions to market. So they recently built a data warehouse for a company called Jaguar Land Rover. And basically what they did was they built a modern data warehouse to enable Jaguar Land Rover to be able to gain insights around the customer relationship management system, but to sort of pair that with how they took their products out to market from a marketing perspective. So I thought that was really cool and a game changer. Another partner that you might be aware of from a services and implementation perspective is a company called Deloitte. Now, Deloitte is a consulting firm, and they've got a practice around Google Cloud. And they recently collaborated with MTN to build a product called ADAM, which stands for Advanced Data Analytics Management Platform, and that was running on Google Cloud. So John Kimani earlier mentioned Vertex AI, and Vertex AI is actually central to this project that Deloitte built for MTN. They rolled it out to various opcos across Africa, and has proven to be very effective in terms of understanding the life cycle of data. So what brings me here today? Firstly, I've got a passion for startups. I'm not part of the startups team, but what brought me here is the passion that I have for startups. I believe that startups really are the seed that needed to be planted in our country and in our continent to be able to solve for our problems. Now, I have the privilege to travel around Africa and engage with different shapes and sizes of partners as well as startups. In Nigeria, is a huge wave around solving for financial inclusion. And there we've got startups such as a company called MoneyPoint, which I'll talk through a little later. And they are literally a business banking platform that bridges the gap that exists around business financial inclusion. So I'll talk about it a bit later. And then in Kenya, we see startups such as a company called Twiga Foods, who really work at optimizing the life cycle of grow to grocery in terms of facilitating that life cycle of farmers and how those products actually get taken to market through the channels in retail. So really game-changing stuff. And then in South Africa, obviously the e-commerce ecosystem is really on fire with unicorns such as your Takealots and others, which are running on Google Cloud. Now, speaking of startups, I think this is a 25-year-old ginormous startup, Google. Now, this startup really obviously started from humble beginnings of being a search engine and has evolved over time to become an AI company, an ML company, whatever you name it, but essentially using data to be able to inform people or make decisions really relevant to people that really need them at a specific time and to solve certain problems. So, John did a bit of a spoiler earlier. Hands. How many of you have interacted or used working? And I mean, it talks to Google's mission to be able to empower everybody to use, to have data accessible and to make it useful for everybody in the world. Now, all these products obviously have 1 billion users each. So we're talking from the ability to, do your search, and with generative AI now embedded into Google search, again, a game changer. To Chrome, to Gmail, to Android, you name it all. Each of these products that you see on your screen have at least 1 billion users each. And guess which hyperscaler platform all these products run on? Any takers? Google Cloud. So, I mean, analysts will tell you that Google Cloud is the third in the market globally, which perhaps is true. But I mean, we've been running these very innovative products since the beginning of time. And these have been running on this robust, I think Tata mentioned the word robust, and he used a very interesting way of explaining what that is. But I can, say that this is a robust cloud platform that has been running these solutions that have resonated with us since the beginning of its time. And again, another point that's really central to all of these, and this was mentioned earlier, is the fact that there is machine learning and AI that is applied across all these product sets to give you the recommendations that you need, to learn about you as a user, and to use you as a focal point of Google innovating its products and making it accessible and relevant to everybody. Another important component when it comes to us talking around startups is at the center of how Google has been built and how it continues to innovate and evolve over time is a culture of innovation. And really this is built around a few simple principles. One being focus on the user and everything else will follow. So if all your products, if all your features really speak to a user's requirement, I think that's a job done. And again, Santa mentioned accessibility. What is a product that's in market that is not accessible to everybody? It means nothing. So that's at the very core of what Google has built, this ginormous company that so resonates with everybody. Another important component is a component called 10x thinking. So 10x thinking is really taking an idea. It's actually built around a methodology or a principle called design thinking, which really says, take an idea, filter it, poke holes at it, until you crystallize it to become something like a prototype that you can potentially take to market. But again, it forms an iterative process of continuous improvement and development. And that, again, is one of the principles that Google has been built on and continues to evolve around. Now, I decided to do a bit of some name dropping in terms of some tech companies and high growth startups and unicorns that are choosing Google Cloud right now. And some of them, I did mention them earlier. So MoneyPoint, which currently utilizes Google Cloud's transactional database to run about, I think it's 300 million transactions monthly. And this is a Nigerian startup that is really taking the world by storm and are now expanding to other markets such as Kenya. Oh, and they've got a 1.3 business user base under their belt. Now, this is an amazing startup with a great story to tell, and they are the biggest consumer of Google Cloud services currently in Africa. Another one to highlight is Batika. Now, Batika is an online betting company, right? So they've really centered their product around BigQuery, which is a serverless modern data warehouse that's able to bring data and process it and make it accessible to users in terms of informing them of the latest scores, where to bet next, and stuff like that. So again, another great startup story to tell around a company that was founded in Kenya. And then Trigger Foods, I did mention this again earlier, around them being, an organization or a company that really aims to solve for things like food wastage, right? Again, leveraging off our serverless data, modern data warehouse, BigQuery, to be able to tell that store number one does not need this much because of the traffic that they've had in the past few months. Obviously using historical data to influence how the specific grocery or retailer will be able to dispatch its stock. And again, quite an impressive story to tell around the power of Google Cloud and why these unicorns and startups really go for Google Cloud as the platform of choice. Now, step into why these startups really go for Google Cloud. And I think I've mentioned it obviously in the success stories that we've seen, especially in Africa, around the startups and unicorns that I mentioned earlier. But in all of them, a few components remain, the common denominator, so speed. The ability for these, startups to be able to spin up a VM and really use it in a way that makes sense for them as they scale. I mean, back in the day, probably a long time before any of you were born, companies needed to invest in, storage capability, in compute capability, which was sitting on premises, which, if the company grows and scales, in a rapid pace, it becomes a hindrance to them taking their products to market. So speed, when it comes to a startup, is an extremely important, feature to add and embed in your services in order for startups to be able to respond to those user requirements and be able to take their products to market pretty quickly. Intelligence, another very important component, and data being the new oil, data being the fabric that cuts across many enterprises. This is a very important component for startups to embed in order to make informed decisions about which products they take to market, what new revenue streams they can leverage off, and so on. Savings, another very critical component when it comes to startups, either starting out or scaling out. The fact that you can use, components in our compute suite called sustained use discounts, which means that when you spin up a VM in Google Cloud, you automatically get a discount based on your usage. Where Google Cloud actually says, we will reward you for the longest, for the amount of time that you run your VMs to ensure business continuity, to ensure uninterrupted services. So a lot of times companies will say, schedule when you need to switch off your VM because we need to save on costs. But Google Cloud takes a different approach to say, keep your VMs running, but we will apply some discounts when you get to a certain threshold. That's the one component. The second component, obviously, for bigger enterprises, where they can then commit to a certain amount of usage on an annual basis. And again, that's an additional savings that Google Cloud provides to you called committed use discounts, where you then get what your thresholds will be from a rate card perspective based on your usage. And other components like auto-scaling on Kubernetes engine as well as compute engine, which are our compute offerings on Google Cloud. And then again, a very important component again is the fact that startups really need a growth partner, a partner that can take them from 0 to 100 in as less time as possible. A partner that's able to embed training mechanisms and enablement to ensure that startups have the right information at their fingertips to be able to grow their businesses and make a meaningful contribution to our economy. So I'll take you through what our startup program looks like, and it's a super sick, awesome program. How many of you, by the way, I should have asked this question before I went into it. How many of you have a startup? Started a company, left it for a bit, went into corporate, just a show of hands. There must be more. There must be more. Yeah? Okay, so let me take you through what our startup program is about and what the benefits are that you could potentially leverage. Or maybe this could even spark an interest in you to actually go for it and start that idea that's been sitting in your back pocket or somewhere else. So it's really built around 3 components: financial support, technical support, as well as business support. Now, from a financial support perspective, Google Cloud provides at least 2 years of, I would say, free usage as a funding mechanism to your business for you to be able to leverage all Google Cloud services at a fraction of the cost. So the first year, we will fund 100% of your cloud usage on Google Cloud as well as Firebase. And then these credits are issued to you on a monthly basis and can cover up to $100,000 worth of usage to get your business set up. On the second year, yes, so yeah, she said it's hot, it really is. On the second year, we then fund 20% of your usage, again on cloud, on Google Cloud as well as Firebase, and again, issuing these credits on a monthly basis. So in essence, you could literally, gain the benefit of being in our startup program and, really be funded by this awesome program, which would give you about up to 200,000 worth of funding to make sure that you've got the plumbing, the building blocks to get your business up and running. The second component is obviously technical support, and this is one where I do some volunteer work as and when I can. Is the Google Cloud Startup Program really gives you the ability to tap into dedicated support should you run into issues where you probably spun up Vertex AI and you're running into exorbitant costs, as you mentioned earlier, and they'll be able to let you know, this is how you can scale down your services, this is what you need to take into consideration, this is an alternative to using Vertex AI. Maybe just double click on that just to touch on your point around Vertex AI being so costly. But you could also think about going into BigQuery ML, which is BigQuery as our serverless data warehouse, gives you the ability to actually run some machine learning models using plain SQL. That also, runs your models at a fraction of the cost that Vertex AI would provide. But again, it's different use cases that you can sort of play around with. But I just wanted to highlight that because I didn't get the opportunity to do it earlier. So in essence, this is the type of support that you would receive as a startup in terms of setting out your landscape, making sure that your planning is up to scratch and is best practice according to Google Cloud. And then training and enablement. Another passion of mine is in this program, you actually get access to what we call, to our learning management platform called Cloud Skills Boost, which gives you a certain number of credits for you to start your learning journey and to get certified on Google Cloud. So we currently have 11 certifications on Google Cloud, starting from foundational level, where it's called Cloud Digital Leader, and it just gets you immersed into just a bird's eye view of what Google Cloud is about. And obviously, if you want to get a bit more technical, we've got one associate certification called Associate Cloud Engineer, which then gets you into how to set up, how to build a VM, how to build your data pipelines, likewise, at a very high level, but super technical. And then we go to the remaining 9 certifications, which cut across various solution areas. And these are professional certifications, from data engineering to machine learning to developer engineering, you name it all. Within the API space, again, there's some flavor for you there, but you get access to all this and some exam vouchers, which will cut already $200 worth of investment from your part and investing in you as an individual from a skills development perspective, and for you to be able to grow your business when you see that. And then business support. So the Google Cloud Startups Program is an element, a small element in the wider Google ecosystem. So you've got access to things like developer experts, DevRel, Google Developer Group, and other communities where you as a startup can get that exposure and talk to like-minded people that will help you either spark interest in a certain area or grow your network where the need arises. And then there's all sorts of accelerators that are available as well. So, from anything, you name it, but there are some really cool accelerators that you could tap into just to grow your business from zero to where you need it to be. And then guidance along the way. I mentioned earlier the 4 components that a lot of our startups go through Google Cloud. There's obviously that guided journey along, the guided path along your journey as a startup. So as I mentioned earlier, you get dedicated support should anything break, should anything need optimization, you name it, you get that support. And people such as myself and my other colleagues that do volunteer work and have a core passion for building and growing startups. That's the level of access that you would have and exposure to be able to build your businesses. So who's eligible for this, right? One component is that you need to be funded with equity-based investment. So the least requirement, or like the very minimal requirement is Series A funding. For those that don't know what Series A equity funding is the ability for you to sell a part or some shares in your company in return for some funding from that investor. So these are investors called venture capitalists, private equity companies, you name it. So that is the main requirement for you to be able to be eligible for this program. Some of you may know it as seed funding, and so that is perhaps the main requirement for you to be able to get onto the startups program. And then the second one is that your startup needs to be founded in less than 3 years. And then in March this year, we introduced, I would say, an accelerated program for AI startups. Obviously, the AI game has really accelerated from 0 to 100 in a space of months. And Google is fully behind any startups that get into the space. And so we, obviously, with the benefits that I mentioned earlier from a financial support perspective, still remain relevant for AI startups, but we've taken it a notch up. So instead of the 200K that you may potentially be eligible for in the normal stream, as an AI startup, you actually get up to 250 US dollars worth of investment into your AI startup. So again, that's a way that Google is trying to show that this is the way that we're pivoting and we're putting all our back into that space. And then over and above that, you get dedicated AI training. John did mention a few enablement components that you could potentially tap into. So it's those and more, especially in the Google Cloud ecosystem. And then you also get exclusive access to other ISVs that could light up some of the services that you provide. So ISVs are independent software vendors, and these are obviously spun up on a software as a service basis. So you go into a marketplace in your hyperscaler of choice, and you've got, I'd say maybe Fivetran as an ETL ISV. You would get access to our marketplace with those ISVs to help light up your startup. And wow, I made it well in time. If you do have an interest, you have a startup that's up and running, or this session has probably sparked an interest, I suggest that you go for this. There's a QR code, do a bit of Googling around what our startup program is about, learn a bit more, and yeah, leverage Google Cloud. It is the best hyperscaler on earth. And please feel free to reach out. My name is Mpumi. I'm available on LinkedIn, not so much on X, but yeah, LinkedIn is my best form of social media, personal branding, exposure platform. And so yeah, feel free to follow me, connect with me, let's start our chat, and let's see how we can grow together. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys, that was cool. Okay, guys, I know there's a lunch, it smells good, it's killing me too. It's gonna keep me in, but it's fun.
I'm just waiting to charge these. Take a sip now. No. And it almost worked. It was just a little slow. I'm not allowed to put any other stickers on it. They forbade us. And I have so many stickers. No. Uncle Rob will be so mad at me. I don't want to disappoint them. The uncles. Keep Malume. I can't disappoint them.
Yeah.
It was here. Yeah. I think the generator went off power with anti-load shedding. It's load not. It's not as cool as it looks. I'm so sorry. You did give me a lot of shit about this. Uh, oh, I'm not touching anything. I'll just not touch anything. It's fine. And now okay, cool. So, what? So, hey, I was about to say, I think it's your hurry, and why should we all be imagine trying to mold clay into a shape, and someone quickly starts giving life advice. Well, building robots is a little bit like that. But why should we all be building them? Not to please Skynet or any future emergent AI technologies. But building robots can make you start thinking of ideas and problems as opportunities to create, improvise, and collaborate. Robots are also pretty cool, and it's pretty cool to show off your cool robot to your friends and family. It's also a pretty decent tool to make you look a little bit smarter than you actually are, unless you build a lane. If the robot you want to build is complicated or big, you get to the opportunity to work in a team. This is something a lot of us do day to day, but honing the skills involved in teamwork can be fun when you do it in a more laid-back environment than work. The world of robotics is one of open doors. Once you start building robots, you're exposed to a community of enthusiastic individuals that are eager to share their knowledge with you, and who you can use as play testers and guinea pigs for the work you create. First, who am I? As I said, I'm Yella Farid, and I work as a software engineer at BBD. In no way does this qualify me to tell you that you should be building robots. I won't keep talking about it. Here's what does qualify. I started working with robots when I was very young. In primary school, I joined a robotics team. In high school, it allowed me to compete in multiple robotics. I competed in the first Lego League and the first Tech Challenge. I'm sure you saw some of that outside today. It was very exciting. The goal of FLL was to be crowned the ultimate robot overview of all under 16-year-olds. Spoiler alert, I never was green as the robot overview before I turned 16 and needed to step away from the program because I was too. But the next year, my team was chosen to compete in the first Tech Challenge, and we represented South Africa at the Detroit Institute of Technology in America. And we won. We crushed the competition. We built a cute little robot obstacle course, and the person with the fastest time would win to raise awareness of how being tired is worse than being drunk when you're driving. But if you have questions about that, ask me afterwards. My participation in robotics when I was younger really influenced the path I took in life. I was sure I wanted to do medicine when I was growing up, and this threw a little bit of the wrench in the works for me. When the time came to choose a career path, I couldn't decide between one or the other. Did I do something robotics-based or medicine? And nothing could compel me in one direction or the other. So I stuck to my uncertainty and decided to combine both of them. I got my degree in biomedical engineering and then decided to extend my knowledge with a degree in electrical engineering. Don't be surprised. I do miss the blood and guts involved in medicine, but I have found the pursuit of solutions to be very fulfilling. A feeling of fulfillment that I'd like to share with you today. I want you guys to walk out of this room with an idea of how robots can hone your skills and be a platform for fun and cooperation. Let me start by telling you about the robotics competition I took part in. So, first LEGO League was made for kids to foster innovation and cooperation. They made the robots seem fun by softening their harsh edges with the round yet painful when stepped on edges of Lego blocks. The competition was not something my team personally ever won, like I said, but it shaped my approach to problem solving and life in general so much that I want to share it with you all. The competition has 4 areas of assessment. There's the robot game, there's a design project, your core values, and the robot design. I know that's not the same, but just hear me out. The robot game is the whole reason that the competition exists. You make a robot that has to perform very, very specific tasks relating to the theme of the season. The tasks vary in how many points they are worth and their difficulty. Consistently though, they are all devised to infuriate you because you are 12 and puberty is happening. You have 5 minutes to earn as many points as you can, and your team gets to try twice. The run with the highest score is declared the winner of the robot game. Of course, there is a second and third place, but we don't talk about those. For the other 3 categories, your team has to do a presentation to a panel of judges. The presentation is 15 minutes long, and it's also free of stress to a group of under 16-year-olds. First, you get to present a research project to the judges. You have 10 minutes to present 3 months of research and design to the judges, which is a lot of time to convince anyone of anything, I'm sure. Next, you have to defend the design choices you made for your robot. This usually involves a great deal of them immediately seeing all the dumb choices you made and you having to come up with a reason that you made them that isn't just because it works. After that, you're assessed on how well you represent the competition's 7 core values. I won't go over them, but I swear I used to have them all memorized, so I'll just skim over them. This portion of the assessment really focused on teamwork and presentation skills. The team gets assessed on how well everybody's contributions are represented in the product that you produce. You want to show that each team member's thoughts and ideas were heard and that all members are capable of presenting their contributions to the judges. The team gets assessed on how well this is done. The judges were also interested in how you worked to improve your community. This aspect of the assessment was not at all about how much money your team raised for a certain community, but rather how much effort you put into improving the lives of vulnerable communities. They wanted to spark an interest in how robotics can and should be used to improve lives. Here's why I'm telling you about the different criteria. The robot is important and it's the whole reason that the game exists. However, in the process of taking part in this competition, I learned more than logic, design, and coding smarts. I learned about the soft skills as well. Some of us are working here, some of us are still in university, but let me tell you, working is hard if you don't have soft skills. And it's stressful, even if you work at a company that is as cool as BBD. Also, hashtag no fun. But knowing how to communicate effectively in a team is kind of difficult, and there's no real way to hone that skill other than working in a team. FLL represented a low-stress environment for me to hone these skills, and I didn't even realize I was honing those skills until I joined the real work environment, 10 years later or something, I don't know. At this point, My notes say that you should all be slightly confused as to what this means for you. You can't go back in time and compete in this competition, nor can you compete in a competition designed for under 16-year-olds. And you really can't, but here's what you can do. You can start by getting your hands dirty. People tend to tinker with ideas in their minds, especially people in tech like everyone's rude. But why let the tinkering stop in your head? If you think you can create something cool or update your home routine to just be a little bit easier with robotics, why not just start doing it? It can only be cool if you start by building it. To start creating, you might want to start building a team if a project is big. Other people tend to want to join in and play your own. I've had many people offer to build Once you have an idea and maybe some friends, it's time to come up with a plan to This could be comprehensive, or the plan could be to just wing it, as I did for the speech. Now you can get to the fun part, building the robot. You are simply executing your words. A little proviso here, as someone who has built your fair share of robots. At this point, your plan is very likely to fail. Luckily, many of us here are familiar with Agile. When something goes wrong, you can just change your plan and do something else. Now that you know how to get started, we can get into the juice of the matter. I took some time to build some robots to demonstrate the concepts of the code. Something I've been wanting to do for a while is make a toy with marbles. And what better way to show you that building something isn't hard, or even something you need a specific plan for, than building a little wooden toy with no code involved, is what I thought before building it. This was the inspiration for the robot. As you can see, the marbles are lifted to the top by multiple contractors at the same time, but the ladder is of particular interest, and then the marbles just fall down to eventually be lifted up again. And that's kind of the point. So, in terms of design, I decided that a couple of things were not needed for the sake of this talk. Spinning ball, the planet thingy, I don't know what that was about. Yeah. I'm not particularly get better for this. So I decided to do this. I think it's just a little bit. As you can see, this is a marble dictionary. I'll get into the same. Okay. Alright, there you go. Here you go. So, as you can see, these are two T's stuck together. Two motor. My time, priceless. This was a very frustrating thing to go through. What I thought beforehand is that this is very simple. We encourage you guys to do this. So let me get into the design aspects of this so that you guys can understand why you shouldn't be building stuff out of it. Let's talk about how I created the drive of engineering. The first thing I did was to build things I went with the project, I needed some gears, something really old, and I needed like this to power it with. Next I came up with, yep, it's a cute thing. Next I came up with a high level power and start putting it together. I decided that building the drive for the elevator was the best place to start, so I could get an idea of how it moved, because of course I couldn't measure anything. I attached 3 DVDs that I stuck together with double-sided tape to this motor. not really much more expensive needed. The whole year is drilled about 45 meters away from the center of the axis, because I wanted the length of my stroke to be 9 millimeters. I'm so hard, but I wanted it to go up by 9 millimeters, which double the radius of the thermal radius. So that's why that exists. Obviously, the shaft is made out of plywood, and everything else is made out of wood and screws. Okay, now let me just show you some pictures and you can. Okay, it's nice. This was supposed to be a drawing, but it's pretty simple. I'll just explain it to you. In wood that's mounted to the other side. It's stopped by a stationary piece, and then when it reaches the top, it's pretty simple. Right. When it came to the practicality of assembling this, I thought that it would make it a bit of a for me to work in. For future reference of all the tape, we have three different what you need. Because everything's harder to come by than I might think. I spent a very hard time looking for materials that would be live. I ended up having to substitute many of the components that I would have liked to use with these. I needed to change the work to accommodate for this, and I felt like everything was just and days. However, it was very satisfying walking with now. So kind of worth it. It also gave me an insight into all the things that were good thing. I became a software developer, and so what if you don't feel confident about making something from scratch? Like go to Google and you want to already have one way or another doesn't need to be that hard at all. If you're starting and you don't know what to do, there are plenty of kits that you can go and design anything, even software. Companies like Raspberry and Arduino have kits that you use to build your system be available for everyone the kids. If you want to, you can even do Lego which is the kit that that I use to point I have a friend who had a kit that was made by Roche. The microcontroller for the robot was made by Rooftop. The robot comes with a plant cover to already for it, so the joy of the project was to be building it. Once the robot was built, all that was left to do was move it. Thank you. Right. That's use an Arduino class, just so you know what it is. Essentially, there are two options when you use the library. Either code in assembly or C. If you want to code in assembly, I just wouldn't recommend it. It's like calling big instead of your fingers. There's really no point in doing that except rounding points. So to keep us from getting distracted by low-level complexities of how to load and modify, I will keep it zero. I'm going to show you some of the code that made the load for me. Let's try and understand how a basic program works. I use the Arduino IDE, but I do hear that you use Visual Studio Code, and that's a massive pain to set up, so just use the Arduino IDE. It's also nice enough to provide you with basics. You have a portal where you can set up some code, and then you have to put something in it. Very good. Now, this might be too many you haven't coded before, but this may code is going to make you some of the object. But if you're hearing the tutorial, I'm pretty sure that you've coded before and I don't need to explain what these are. The cloud that we'll be using is the Alphabet provided by the major for this robot. The code is the make everything it takes care of the setup that we need. Very importantly, it doesn't then correspond to and specifies whether an output or an input, right? So the sensor and input and the motors are those are the only input output we have for that program. And that's really nice because it can be very tedious if you're designing your own thing with a microphone. The class also defines various methods that we can use. Left, right, before, moving back, things that cars do and you want them to do. Using the algorithm to tell our state vehicle that it should move at a specific speed without worrying about which as a side note, this value is just a string of the 2010. The highest voltage is 3.3 volts, the lowest is 0. And the voltage is discretized into very maybe a little overload. Okay. Since we have just set up what we need to do, we can structure and do. I would remind you to just go with steps where whatever. Seconds. And I'm going to really loud, actually. No worries about that. Stop. Oops. Sorry. Let's move that over to the screen. Right, so like this is the flashing process. So the reason I need to hold the robot and can't just put it on the ground is because microcontrollers aren't as smart as I made them sound. And sometimes if you plug it in, it just starts moving around. So you don't want that to happen, obviously. So this is the code that I just described to you guys, and I'm just going to upload it to the machine. A fun thing about flashing is sometimes it doesn't work. So if it doesn't work, I don't want to hear about it. All right, so here it comes. It seems to have worked. So you guys are going to see this go. Swear I'm a professional something. There you go. I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt. All right, so it's super cool if kids are playing with it, and those kids with a huge review. It was quick and easy to build and as a developer, we know that we're using the library framework. The concept that someone else has used it and trouble with it is really high. So if you have a question about something like the nice thing about both robotic reading tools is that they're based because robotic reading very explainable details. You can just find something to do with them quickly. This means that if you're trying to figure out how to implement something, you don't have to read it. It's good to keep in mind. However, that doesn't mean that it's always code. Saying this because I care about relationism, I mean, you can copy their code, but constant honor that doesn't want to do. Also, the thing you want to build is not exactly like anything else. It's still very important. So other people code this attendant, but please, it's just not going to work if you try to make something else work instead of using it as inspiration. With that being said, there are so many interesting sensors and delays and actuators available for you to use with these microcontrollers. And I recommend you explore them if you're comfortable with coding and coding. The sensors and actuators in these small projects are ubiquitous. You can use them in anything, and they permeate all of robotics. So becoming familiar with them might open doors for you that you might not expect. Between the option of the scratch, like the marble and the kit I just recommended, building the marble does something straight to the kit. It was less to me as well. I thought the marble lifter was simple, but woodwork is hard and not very good. In my opinion, I don't know, the most fun that you can have in your room keeping is something. And if that does strike your fancy, I don't have to do it. Here is the competition that the very competence and you to create your theme. The competition that you want to pick really depends on you, but I do recommend robot games. There are many different categories in this competition. I'm not really here to advertise robot games, though, so I want to if that doesn't strike your fancy, there are various categories of robot fights, humanoid and non-humanoid. But you know, some people are not necessarily interested in they're more interested in what robots they can do. Maybe you're interested in just as we're unafraid to implement in robot vessels, we shouldn't shy away from embracing robots that can daily honest. I'm sure you can think of at least 10 previous things that you're really still to do again before when you wake up. Why not make a robot inventory? You can make a robot that puts together the perfect for you and so you wake up with a robot. Maybe you can build a robot that else than like both people that are using the not. Or maybe you just want to stay in bed in the morning and your purpose will be in the morning. If you didn't know, now you can make a robot do these things for you. If you take the time to build a system or just a robot, I have been using some parts of my life that I just don't know how to build that. The world of agriculture is amazing. Green for machines that are capable of field and they apply the AI and robotics to eradicate weeds and to do the entire thing. They multiply they farm the field with high yield. The world of automation has already all of the day-to-day tasks of agriculture and culture into the world of bioengineering. There are always some of the certified and this could be tens of years. Robots are making surgeries this way, like this for cardiac to urological. And the speaker machines have been improving medicine since my early years. They just regulate the flow of gas into your patient as well as the balance of the anesthetic and this. This is actually an anesthesia that other people. A little bit of a gross, so robotics it's and take pictures of this so that doctors can treat any digestive issues that you might. Robotics permeate many aspects of life today, and robotics might be more pervasive than internet, even in the way that we think. I told you all the work about changing me and make at the beginning of this. I said this because it has changed my way of being successful. I've been fixing broken things around the house since I was very young, with success, but more recently, more success. A good example of this is during my final year of engineering, my degree. And really, I have this one even hurt me. I spent 15 minutes not even eager and I remember the first time so they will keep getting older and older. Also, my potatoes kept burning in the oven. Next, I ordered that I couldn't bacon because and it probably burned. And I ordered new. The next day, I arrived all the new part. Of course, I'm not bad for baking. Cakes and baking for another room. But that's a bit more of the oven. Fixing that oven would cost 4,000 rand. It costs like 1,200 rand to get the rent to come up and cook your oven. And this only cost me 40 rand and a little bit of time, which was the perfect thing for the maybe you need this room for a robotics to be a really good. Or maybe you'll just start building cool robots for the hell of it. If you do, I hope it helps you fix your own future. This has been a lot, and if you are new to this, I may have only made you more confused and more intimidated by the world of robotics. I've been involved in the world for a long time, so I know the difficulties that comes with every new project that I take on. So for me, trying to build something is always exciting because I know what it entails. But why should not knowing how to do something be scary at all? That's what I learned in robotics. I find myself not knowing how to run many of the things I need to do, and all you have to do is keep. And it changed me for what I now think is the better. Because I'm probably a little bit spoiled for choice. What do you do when you need strength? Here's what I'm sure about, right? I have a bit of a problem with plants. Specifically, I keep buying them. The problem is I'm only so I have to water them and water. And keeping track of what plant needs what be a little bit of use task. As much as I want. This is the problem that I'm facing right now in my life. I know I can build a robotic system to take template, whether I automate the process entirely or to the then do something kind of free. I know what's immediately next. What about you? Thank you.
Like, oh.
Okay, ladies and gents, I give you. Any questions? You sure? Okay, ladies and gents, I give you Saman Mukherjee.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, because we're online. Ladies and gents, thank you for this. A very hard task to do to present to people after having beef and chicken. I could already see a couple of people trying to stay awake from the back. So I'm going to be as quick as possible so we can attend to the bar that's waiting. Okay. Ladies and gents, vectorization. Now, good. Aha, cool. I probably didn't introduce myself. My profession, I'm a software engineer. By nature, I'm a social. My passion, I'm a people engineer. I don't know what all that means, but what's important is working in a team is with lucky. This is how I feel most of the time. But not because we want to solve everything of scripts, because very recently I actually learned that I read for the right to the world. I also found out that I have a teensy amount of information. Just enough to be a team. Which explains a lot. When I was a child, I was interested in breaking things apart. Look at the people, you know. And this says a lot, but also it's quite dangerous since I'm a father of two. And my wife, he restricted me to some degree with his journeys. But unlike you, or unlike most people, when you see technology solutions or something that you have, what you see there, I see this a lot. And not because it's JavaScript, but because I actually don't care how it looks. I want to know what's happening behind it. Okay? Now, we've often been confronted with things like AI and machine learning. So, you hear me try something? Piece there. Cool. We've often been confronted today, especially with a lot of terms like AI and machine learning and LLMs and all of those fancy terms, you know. The team I'm in, words have meaning, right? So we actually don't care what it says or the naming, you know. Important thing to note, I only do have one name as opposed to somebody else. And I'm grateful that my mom was quite lazy at effort. But over the years, and very recently, we've been confronted with a lot of AI and machine learning functionalities and capabilities. Now, as I said, all of those are quite important for driving efficiency. But understanding how all of this piece of technology or piece of functionality is accelerating not just how we do things, potentially even how we live, probably should worry a lot of people. Right? Data, how data is taking center stage, in my understanding, to try and actually get the grasp of why is this thing more powerful? Why is it a great? Why everyone wants to play with it? Or why everybody wants to do it? And my questions have always been that. Let's talk about the data. Let's talk about the information. How are we storing? How are we achieving it? Earlier on, one of the speakers spoke about nearest, approximate nearest neighbor search algorithms. when they were building on their talent pipelines. Now, to me, in as much as all of those terms are quite interesting, a bit of my ADHD and a couple of my other disabilities come into the fore, and I want to understand what's really happening in the back. But generally, I work about depot as usual, and my boss always says I take time to do things because I focus on the wrong thing half the time, and I love that because at least I am learning something in that process. But in that dark hole came the topic that almost every AI or machine learning subject matter or topic has brought about vectorization. Now, this is actually not a new topic, by the way. With vectorization, if you look at the slide that I have on, it's a process where you drive efficient code by decreasing the amount of code. That was the people there. But what makes it more confusing is that vectors, or the term vectorization, is used differently depending on where you are using it. But let's make it make sense. Generally, this is what you would use from a basic ML or AI perspective. When you have an input and you have a model and you have some sort of output. On each three of these stages, a vector representation is present. What we do know is machines cannot read books or text like we do, especially not from right to left. But even though we can argue that at the rate things are going, machines are going to be able to do that quite soon, right? But we need to understand how do we encode or transform this data to be machine readable, to be this vector representation of matrices in order to train it and deploy our models. Now, in most of our ML ventures, as I've said, we create a model that performs some form of function or transformation in its simplest degree. And in deep learning, this is achieved through what is termed a neural network. Who's learned about a neural network? Who knows what is a neural network? Who knows how it actually operates? Impressive. The hands don't get small like that. But I love that. But to me, that just sparks another interest. Now I want to go deep and understand what is really going on. Now, as we spoke well, the output of our model can be a wide range of things. It could be the price of a house when real estate agents lose their jobs, because we're going to be using machine learning models to actually calculate the prices of houses and whether. Have you ever wanted a house and you thought it was too expensive? You know what I mean? You know that tab you always say that you play the lotto or betway and go. But then you realize after you actually view a house that is it really worth this money? Right? Or is it just overvalued? And that's where machine learning is going at, where as sad as it may be that some people might lose their jobs. But I think using data properly and efficiently is the real reason why we're doing it. Now, I like definitions, and I'm sure you saw that you also use definitions. Words have meanings. Cambridge Dictionary says vectorization is the process of changing a graphic, whether bitmap, computer image, into what is termed a vector image, which can be made into any size without expanding effect. Collins Dictionary also supplements it, but a bit shorter. Keywords vector again. Again, another light bulb to my left. Ladies and gentlemen, the standard data element of housing price data. Now, I'm going to make a statement why I'm using houses. As I've been shopping for a house forever, because I can't afford the ones I want. So in my practice, maybe I'll create a model that will assist me in this. But essentially, you're looking at a simple data representation of a house with some attributes to it. But just as we understand data in the traditional databases, we can regard these values as what we call scalar values. I'm sure you've heard that term. And then from this example, on my right there, you'll see a CSV with multiple houses that I wish I could have, and all the properties and attributes aligned to it. And you'll see there, I am running Python, we think coders here. I'm running Python. I have to say that. They know why. But from this example, we see that we would look at our first house and have a scalar value of 3, which would denote the number of bedrooms, right? But generally, I think when we buy a house, we looking into more than just the number of bedrooms in this case, right? The question would be, how do we represent all these multiple features? So let's consider a one-dimensional data structure, very simple, right? One-dimensional data structure in its simplest definition. Basically, a simple list allowing us to pass more features to our model in this case, but we can actually define this representation as what we call a row vector. Right? As well, just to be fancy, because we can. We can also create a one-dimensional vector that's represented in column format. We'll see why I have these two representations a bit later. What is important to note though is that as we have quite a number of houses in our data set that I showed you earlier, what happens when we need to now pass in multiple sets of data into this model that we get to train? This now introduces us to the concept of matrices. Right? Matrices, normal matrix, 2-dimension, X and Y. In our example, we can consider that matrix to be a 2-dimensional data structure with 2 dimensions, rows and columns. Very simple. Now let's go into the big muscle. As we outlined earlier, we can look at vectors from 3 phases. When used as inputs, their main use is to encode information in a format that a model can then process. I'm not sure about you, but there's a few artists when I listen to their songs, I think maybe they might need a model to assist them in their future. And this is actually a model that exists where we can actually put in previous lyrics of a song and it will generate a song that has a similar theme or persona of that artist. Very powerful and very needed for something. Now, a couple of things here. We could literally, as I said, use this for pricing data of a house. We can make it do anything. But I want to pause there. Now, a couple of weeks ago, right, as a country, I don't know how, and I'm sure you also don't know how, but we won the World Cup, right? Strangely enough, while the final was playing, Lucky and myself and Ayla and about 92 of the guys were flying back from Zanzibar. We were flying back from Zanzibar, and there was nerves because while the final was happening, we were in the queue to try to get home. So we didn't want to get too excited because we wanted to pass passport security because we were suspicious. But then again, the tendency amount of ADHD kicked in while I was on the flight. Might have been the exhaustion, but throughout that flight, I kept on hearing Mandoza's song. You know which one. And a very quick kick, like really, really catchy song, you know. But what came to my mind was, and I might have been dreaming, but I got into visions. Imagine you playing a game show, and they ask you, how many times does the word that appear in the popular song by Mandoza? Any takers? B. D. All right. The actual answer is C. I'll explain later. But let's go back to our representation of women. I mean, we could have passed in Galagata here, which would have been a very important border part, because probably the next one will be Galagata, because we put it so much in it. But here we're looking at a list of sentences lyrics, which contains some functionality that looks at unique words, which would be, in this case, 7 features. What is important to note is that when we try and encode a word, that we do not know, we cannot ignore whether it exists twice or once. Does everybody understand? Okay. No. Cool. So, no matter how many times a word occurs, when we save it in the model, the attribute of how many times it occurs is the number of times it occurs, but it only exists once in a word. But as shown earlier, we can also represent things as matrices. You guys should have known about 0, 1s, and 2s. I'm not going to go into that because unfortunately my presentation is after lunch. And I can see a couple of people dozing off. What's important to note is that you can use a couple of third-party libraries that could aid in embedding tasks. Frankly, any form of input. Here I'm making use of the universal standard encoder as a model that I'm passing in input, and it is then transforming for me to give me some form of, as one of the speakers said earlier, an embedding value. An embedding size. What that is vector format. You see that minus 0, 0, 0, whatever. When mapped onto a Cartesian plane, this is the power that actually drives our research on that. You know, if you were, for instance, trying to search for a kitten, what it would do, it would use approximate nearest neighbor technology or algorithm rather to give you either a cat, a dog, or a hood. Right? So all those embedding values are relations within the computer plane to be able to do something. Now, take for example, we had exactly what I just spoke about. But now we've spoken a lot about inputs. Let's get into the meat. Now we're going to look at vectors, but more from a model perspective, where they act as transformers. As we said, could be used to calculate the price of a house, or it could be used to actually produce gimmicks for artists. Deep inside those models exist neural networks, simple in their nature, but some we call deep learning neural networks. Now, for the effort of time, I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritties of neural networks, but what is important to understand is how vectors and matrices operate and interact, and why we actually use them as output from these networks. I know some of you are traumatized from metric or some form of high school memories, so I will not go into this for peace. But what's important to understand is vectors. We can do transformations. We can also do calculations with vectors. Right? Or you can take a vector and another vector, add them together, and almost create a superset vector or representation. And now we finally jump into vectors from an output perspective. Now, while most of the previous section was more under the hood stuff that happens within deep learning, all this operations in the hidden layers between the input and the output is basically how most machine learning projects are created or based from an architecture perspective. What the output from those models could be is, of course, various things. Images, text, price of the house again, or the next thing so. But if it is a vector, we should concern ourselves with two things. whether we feed this output vector as input to other models or to other vector functions. And this brings us to vector databases, which is actually the meat of most of your machine learning and AI capabilities. The definition of a vector database is a database that stores high-dimensional vectors, which are mathematical representations of features or attributes. You might have played with some of these. You will see that some databases that are already in existence or relational databases actually have vector search capability already. You will see there is no oracle here. I will move on. The vector databases and how they operate. So basically, this is a three-step phase of how vectors are indexed, queried, and post-processed. So the vector database indexes these vectors using a couple of algorithms. Random projection. As I said, I will not go into the maths of these, but these are some concerns that later I'll make you understand why they're important for you. The vector database compares the index query vector to the indexed vectors in the dataset to find the nearest neighbors, what we call a similarity matrix, right? Now, the choice of similarity measure will have an impact on the results we obtain from a vector database. And while each may have their own advantages and disadvantages, the choice should be really based on your use case and requirement. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are still building LLMs, you are 5 years behind. The world is moving towards LLMs. Multiple LLMs coinciding or working together. That's where the world is going. In some cases, vector databases will then retrieve the final nearest neighbors. I'll show you an infographic of how it does that. And this step can include re-ranking, where it can find the shortest path of the nearest coinciding vectors, and that would be then your result or output from your vector search. As shown earlier, it's important to note that a vector has metadata and stored in a vector database, which allows it to filter data. In a vector database, we maintain two types of indexes, namely the vector index and the metadata index. And we can search for both in either order. What I mean is, at the top there you see post filtering. In this approach, the metadata filtering is done after the vector search, whereas in pre-filtering, metadata filtering is done before the vector search. Now, vector databases have been termed performant or fault tolerant in some degree. But this is because it uses two very powerful techniques. Sharding, you guys must have heard of sharding before, which is basically partitioning data across multiple nodes, and replication, which of course involves creating multiple copies of the data across different nodes. So ladies and gents, next time you tackle that enormous task of creating your own LLM, consider the importance of the data and the query in relation to not just the model you're creating, but what input is it taking, what's the transformation it's actually performing, and the output from it. Also consider the usage of how you're using it and the techniques that govern how it operates. But for myself, it's been an absolute pleasure to take you down this dark and probably seemingly very dark hole into vectors, which I hope has lit up a few lights and understanding in how we can optimize and build ML and AI products that form the base on vector databases. Thank you.
Okay, guys, that was fun. Yeah, sorry, I see it. Guys, I see code. I like it. You're a company with this code. I like it. Let me take company. is just really good. So maybe I should put in my guys medical aid. Okay, guys. So we're gonna go to spot prices. I hope you guys understand the answer, man. This is gonna be a 5 minutes. Okay, I'm not doing that again. Make sure you guys eat so the crazy. and innovation. So ladies and gents, this is the final talk. I know you're full, I know you're tired, I know it's hot, but you want to hear this. Ladies and gents, Marvin.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So, as you would have heard, my name is Mabu Bobeni. So, I currently, as part of my journey, am working at Google. But I've been in the industry for a bit longer than I would like to confirm for people. But pretty much I've been in the data space for a very long time. So started off from the integration side of things, looking at pretty much one system, talking to another system, how do you get the data between the two? Moved on to working around streaming technology, so doing complex event processing, which was really fun. So looking at how do you actually correlate events that are happening between different systems. And the last kind of the journey I think that led me to where I am today with Google was my previous job, where I actually did a lot within the open source space. So I worked for a big data company. So we looked at how do you set up Hadoop clusters for different customers. So I was one of the engineers kind of assisting customers understanding the Hadoop ecosystem. So pretty much all the Apache projects that are out there, some of them obviously have tooling within the big data space. So if you're looking at things like Flink, Spark, Zeppelin, and so on, are pretty much kind of assisted organizations setting those up, getting the data in, making sure the cluster is running as it should be, sizing for the hardware to ensure that pretty much for the amount of data that you have, the type of workloads that you want to run, you have the capability of actually being able to perform those tasks as quickly as possible. So that's a little bit on my journey. Today, I'm going to talk to you around generative AI, largely around what we actually offer from a Google standpoint, right? And hopefully I'll be able to show you as well kind of what are the enterprise tooling that we provide for organization to utilize and realize kind of these generative capabilities that everyone is talking about. I will also show you some of the open source tools that are available from Google that you could effectively just go out there and start utilizing. Is anyone here heard of Bard? Using Bard? Awesome, that's good. So if you're using Bard, there is something else as a developer that you should be utilizing. And I'll go into that to effectively, right, kind of obviously some of the questions that were asked. How do you kind of integrate LLMs into applications that you're using? You want to build your own Javas as well. So that's actually something, funny enough, a question I asked but kind of our Palm API to give me the steps to build that. Heard a lot about Raspberry Pis. It's funny how these things all sync together, but effectively, how do you do that using a Raspberry Pi? That was a question that I asked, and I'll show you the steps that it gave me to actually build that. So with everything that's been happening, obviously, it's all around, I think the two keywords for me is create, right? Content, whatever the content that you would like to create. But the other part is kind of generating new ideas and possibilities. We are now at a place where it is so much more easier to bring into life ideas that, previously it would have required us to hire some data scientists to be able to achieve that. But with the technology that is available today, it's made it so much easier to actually realize those ideas by just knowing what tooling is out there and how to utilize that tooling and pretty much get your idea into realization. Firstly, I always like to talk about the noise, right? Since end of 2021, it's been very noisy around generative AI, what those possibilities are around generative AI, but at the same time, our jobs going to go away, right? As a coder, you still need to know how to code. That's kind of one of the system. The nice thing about it is that the tools obviously are there to make our lives easier. You hopefully no longer need to spend the entire night, as some of us would have had to do back in the day, debugging a piece of code to realize you just missed a semicolon somewhere within that, right? So hopefully now all of that is made easier, or you have a new library that you want to integrate into your monolithic application that you built. Certain things might have been improved. It's not in the documentation. Spending time trying to debug that is also things that are now hopefully going away with the new technologies that are available. So obviously, being from Google, I kind of focus on what's Google's contribution been within the kind of generative AI models that are currently out there. And effectively, 2015 was a very key and pivotal moment for where we found ourselves today. One of them was with Google DeepMind, which is now completely rolled into the cloud research team. AlphaGo. Does anyone know about AlphaGo and what Google was able to achieve there? I see a few hands going up. Effectively, a game with millions and millions of different moves that could be made. Over the past years, not a single new move had been discovered. But using AI, Google was actually able to discover a new move that could be implemented within the game. So that's effectively giving it to all the moves that people had played all over the years, getting AlphaGo to actually play against humans to achieve kind of a new move that was not envisioned before. But within 2015, you always have to keep an eye on what the competition is doing. This is effectively around the same time that Elon Musk and a few of his other colleagues back in the day actually started OpenAI as well. All right, so as you can see, 2015, a lot of things started happening that are shaping everything that we are seeing today. I'll fast forward to effectively 2023, or let's say 2022. Yeah. What's this thing? OpenAI, ChatGPT became a really big thing. But for us, Bart was kind of the answer, which is something Google has actually had internally and utilizing, but because of policies and ensuring kind of those responsible AI principles are very key to Google, right? When you release a new technology, you want to ensure that it doesn't cause more harm than good, which is the reason that they kind of held back in terms of analyzing if the technology that we had in our hand is something that would have impacted the world in a negative manner. You think of some of the, let's say, stories we hear about AI, bias is a very big thing that is obviously because of the data that is used, is prevalent in most models that are out there today. But ensuring that we are able to detect that and lessening the impact of all the negative side that could be brought about, the tools that we see is something that we do a lot in from a Google standpoint. And it is not just Google alone that does it. It is actually a team that is formed with trusted users. So these are policymakers, customers, partners, and people within the industry as well that are shaping the decision in terms of the tooling that is going out there. So when LLMs as well can be very large, being large, it does mean it requires a lot of hardware to actually build a kind of, let's call it a proper LLM. Right, the biggest one that we currently have, Palm, which is something bigger that is coming. But within Palm, we have about 540 billion parameters. Right. When I was working in the big data space, I had a customer that was very proud that for one of the models, next best action that they had built, they had about 100,000 parameters in that model. But we are talking about 540 billion, right? That's the biggest one that from a Google standpoint is currently available. And if you look at the naming, right? Flamingo, chinchilla, gopher, think of those animals and the size. So those are just code names that we call them kind of representing the size. The bigger the animal, the bigger the actual kind of parameters that are available within that model that's there. So as I mentioned, we are not the only players in the game when it comes to this kind of new playground that people have. There are a lot of players coming up. So be it in the image generation, text, chat, code, speech. There are a lot of players that have actually popped up and are offering services within this space, right? I think right now, OpenAI, Meta, for those who are kind of using Llama, and a few others are kind of the ones that we hear about mostly. But there's actually a lot more players within the space that have built and have kind of put their investment to build models that we're currently utilizing or would like to use based on the use case that we are trying to drive as well. So AI is evolving, right? Initially, it was a case of, like I said, with my customer, kind of doing a what's the next best action should we perform if a customer does A or B. But now we are in an age where machines effectively are creating new things, right? We all heard about the Drake and the Weeknd song, where it wasn't actually Drake and the Weeknd, but AI was fed some music and it was able to kind of produce a piece of music that sounded very similar to what they would have produced as well. So that's the space that we are in today. It is all around creation, and models are doing that for us, right? It's a fundamental kind of change that we are seeing with large language models. The other thing that's very interesting about them as well is because of the amount of data that's usually being fed into the models, what researchers are starting to see is they're starting to emit emergent capabilities. So emergent capabilities simply means that you train something in English, but you're kind of giving it text in a different language. It can quickly learn that language and actually start conversing in that language as well. So this is something we discovered with one of the trainings that Google was doing in one of the Indian languages. I can't remember which one it is, but effectively it gains the capability to converse in that particular language when it wasn't trained in that particular language. So these are things that we are seeing with the technology that's currently out there. And in terms of use cases, there's kind of, these are kind of the main ones that you see, right? Create, you want to give it some words, get a picture, get a video, that's kind of what you want to do. Summarization, give it a large chunk of text and get it to actually summarize that for you, give you whatever the key points might be as well within that, but also giving it a video, and from the video being able to get some information out of that as well, right? Discover, pretty much kind of give it, once again, text, videos, whatever the information might be, and kind of be able to search and actually find that content that you are looking for. So these are things that we are using it for. But I think the main ones is really on the converse side of things. A lot of people obviously like chatting to Bard, ChatGPT, or whichever other applications are currently out there, because effectively you want to be able to give it some text. Based on that text, have a conversation that is driven by kind of the content that you provided. And in that manner, also, hopefully, you are learning something in that process. So this is also with our image generation tools that we have from a Google standpoint. So effectively, the prompt I gave right at the bottom, so a DSLR image of a camera made of pages from the dictionary in an honest frame. So I gave it to two models that we have. The one on your left-hand side, that was given to Vertex Imagine. So that's the one that it produced. The one on your right-hand side, I gave it to our, Google Slides. So effectively, if you kind of doing your slides, you want to come up quickly with a image to put in there rather than searching the net, you could effectively just go into Google Slide, give it a prompt, and get the image that you are looking for. So that's where we are currently moving to in terms of being able to produce new content. The other one is the one that I spoke about, right? So the prompt here was effectively, how do I develop a personal voice operated assistant integrating LLMs using a Raspberry Pi? Gave me a summarization of that and what steps I actually need to perform, what steps I need to perform to effectively build my own personal assistant. The reason I asked this, I don't know how many people have checked out the Human, I think it's AI Pin by Humane. So it's a new device that is coming out, which is literally, if you've watched Star Trek and you've always wanted a pin where you just click, it gives you information, that's exactly what it is. Right? No screen, but it gives you a personal assistant that you carry with you. It has a camera, so it's able to kind of interact with your surrounding. Voice-wise, you need to click on a button for it to obviously interact. So because of the size, I was like, this is something you could probably do utilizing a Raspberry Pi. And effectively, you can get LLMs. It gives you broad steps of what you need to do. The next step would effectively mean take step one and actually go dive deeper with the LLM, which is why the chat capabilities are very important. Because now I can pretty much break down each and every step that I need within this. The other part, on the deployments part, I get any errors. It is context in terms of what we are talking or what we are trying to do. So it would have the capability to provide me with the information to kind of steer me to the completion of building my own personal AI. So that's what we are effectively trying to do with the technology. Go from ideation to realization of a product very quickly. So hopefully, I think that's cool. No? Yes? Maybe? Yeah, sure. All right, go ahead.
It's based on general adversarial method. So I just wanted to know, talk about the concentration side. So I'm looking at the data given example, looking at the data. The data set is going to be curated and uncomfortable level stuff. The issue I have is when I'm training my model, right, with a gamma to the obviously the data and the discriminator.
Yeah.
The issue I'm having is that my discriminator overfits. Even though I kind of use oversampling to be smooth and everything, but the results that oversampling gives is a bit, how can I say, copy and paste.
Yeah.
Is there a way to kind of curate it, like for the use, let's say, generalize this case, only like a specific product, and take that tabular data and store something more reliable, or something as reliable as that, but then train the discriminator of your set data that predict that it's being like that, and get a more fast.
Yes. So there's tooling that I will show later, which could effectively kind of solve your problem right now. So I will touch on it when I go in the demo part. I'll show you pretty much what the portfolio looks like. That is something I will say is part of the enterprise services that we offer, rather than kind of on the open source side of things. But we do have kind of because remember what we're trying to do, right, is to kind of touch on it quickly. There's a few technologies or areas that we are moving into to kind of solve this, right? One of the things about LLMs as well is that they can be too large for organization. So, around distillation, obviously having the capability to make it kind of have your teacher and your student models to kind of drive some of that. So within the data side of things as well, effectively being able to kind of synthesize data, which is kind of where you're moving to as well. There are techniques that are available to pretty much drive that and kind of get it specific to the solution that you're trying to solve for. Correct, yeah. That's effectively what we are driving our customers to. And obviously when you start doing that, it is not something you want to do on a publicly accessible model. It needs to be something that is controlled and governed because you are working with IP that is very unique to your organization. And there's usually PII data in some of this information as well. So you want to make sure that you respect that as well. So whatever you do with kind of the enterprise tooling, none of that data leaks into kind of Palm, Bard, everything that is kind of within the open source world. So we do it within, we're going quite deep. So we do it actually, we have a adaptive layer that sits between kind of your enterprise data, your prompts, as well as your inferences, as well as kind of what we offer as the model that you use that kind of has the basic capabilities to communicate. But we can chat afterwards because you're going right. But yeah. Cool. So moving on, I kind of touched on the tooling that we provide from our end, right? There's the enterprise side of things, which is Vertex and Duet AI. Those are kind of the main flagship products that we have our customers utilizing. The open source part, we saw a couple of hands go up. That is something people should already be using. Maker Suite, who's using Maker Suite right now? No one. Are you guys working with Palm then? So Maker Suite is the way that you can effectively get access to the Palm API that we provide as Google and effectively build your own applications. Within Maker Suite, you get an API key. You, in theory, do not need a Google Cloud project. You effectively just get a API key. Based on that, you can use, like I've done it kind of on my own personal side, using a free account where they give you $300 for the first couple of months. Once that expires, you can continue using it. And pretty much the keys that you generate sit within Google Cloud, but in Palm API, you have your API key, you can do applications. It gives you samples of the code as well for you to pretty much kind of utilize the API, and now you have Palm that you can inject into your applications. But that is tooling where you also do not want to be sending company sensitive information or any private information, because Palm that you are using there is the one that is available to the wider universe that is out there. So that's kind of the distinction that we've kind of made between the two products that you are seeing. But for researchers who want to play around, definitely Maker Suite is one of the places to go to do that. Right, then Duet AI is also something that we have introduced to make it easier. So think there was a lot of chat previously about Copilot. So think Copilot within your Google Cloud environment. So effectively code completion, things that we discussed, you pretty much have that with context of what your projects and data and everything that you're doing within your cloud environment. All right, so it has a specific context around everything that you have within your own projects. The model garden is something we provide organizations because, as mentioned, there are a lot of players in the game. We don't believe we do everything better than everyone. So if you want to utilize Code Llama, you want to use Llama 2, those are available as open source models within our kind of model garden, curated models that we provide. So if there's any kind of model you find interesting, you can actually bring that as well. You're building your own, you can actually bring it and use the infrastructure and everything else that we provide from our end to kind of accelerate that development and usage of your applications, right? So the thing is that we kind of in that place where it is now a Gen AI powered cloud. So for anyone who wants to innovate, you want to optimize your infrastructure, you want to create new experiences or reducing risk, those are all elements that we are covering within the space. We actually also started working on two domain-specific models as well. So think of Palm as the overcompassing, I'm supposed to know everything. We also have MedPalm, which has passed the medical board in the US by achieving over 80%. So looking at the standardized testing that's provided there. And that's very specific to the medical field. We have SecPalm as well, which is a security specific model. So if you're looking at diagnosing a new threat that has just come out, SecPalm is effectively what you would utilize to understand that. But how we're utilizing it within the Google Cloud space as well is to understand where you might have vulnerabilities within your environment. So as an organization, we've actually, funny enough, we've had a lot of these cases where customers go to a particular region, visiting, come back home, next thing they know, someone from an IP in the region that they just left is penetrating and is collecting data outside of their cloud. right? So understanding where those vulnerabilities might have come from, this is what SecPalm will be able to assist in terms of being able to diagnose that information. But if you think of the your software development lifecycle as well, designing assisted developer is something that should be able to assist you within that stage. While you actually doing your build or refactoring of code, it should be able to assist you with that and testing, so being able to generate unit test cases. As a developer, I never liked doing documentation or commenting as well. So explain my code is one of the biggest usages that we actually see, and it actually breaks down the piece of code in terms of what it does, right? How many of us have picked up code from another developer and trying to go through it and understand what they actually, it works, but how does it actually work? That's one of the biggest things that we always grappling with. So now there's tooling that is able to assist us with that. We are working with some of the kind of legacy banks as well, where they still have things like COBOL running, they have natural and AWS applications as well. And effectively, we're looking at how, given that code base, how do you optimize, not only optimize, but refactor it into a new modern language as well. So doing code translations from COBOL, from AWS into newer languages. So those are projects that we currently have ongoing with industries in terms of assisting what they can do around that. Then the assisted operations, as a developer, you write your code. Once it's running, throw it over the wall, and ops guys are supposed to make sure it runs, it scales, everything is secure as well. That is where assisted operations from a Duet AI standpoint comes in as well. Deploying that code, operating it, being able to help with the troubleshooting, but also scaling. Once we see that we're reaching certain thresholds, there's something that is built into the tool to help both from the development and the operation side to ensure that we kind of are able to get the code that we're running and doing what it needs to do. So this is a small scenario to show how Duet can assist in a environment, or how we envision it will start assisting kind of developers going forward. Right, Sam, kind of software engineer, new to Google Cloud and wants to kind of use GCP to write better code, debug errors, and create a reliable, scalable website. So what's available from a Duet standpoint to assist in that? Right, so this is kind of the customer journey. Duet is something that you will be able to integrate into your favorite IDE going forward. Right now, just a few limited ones, but we're working on ensuring that it's integratable to any IDE that you might use as a developer. So you want to use PyCharm, whatever is out there, you have the flexibility of doing that. Right now, it's pretty much integrated to what we offer from our side, but it will kind of give you the capability for code completion. So you want to be able to comment, actually not even, this is kind of beyond code completion because it's generation as well. You want to say, give it a comment, based on that on the comment, you want to do ABC. It is meant to generate the code to be able to do that. Where the context part comes in, if I'm in, let's say, a tool like BigQuery, which is kind of one of our enterprise data warehouses that we have data sets and a whole bunch of tables, materialized views and views in there, it should understand each of those elements. And based on the comment where I say I want to use table A, it should know the structure, the schema of that table, and kind of give me the relevant statement for what I want to do. If I want to join between different tables, it should have a context simply by giving it kind of the prompt to say what it has to do, right? Generating the code rather than the just completion part, but if you want to do completion, it's able to do that as well. The other part is kind of general recommendations as well. So this is where we talk about writing better code. So if you kind of having a few too many loops, if statements, you could simplify it by using a function that is available those are suggestions that you will be getting based on the libraries that might be available within, as an organization, the repository that you are linking to as well. So yes, context around your code repository, libraries that are currently available, other functions that might be reusable as well. So it's no longer a case of kind of needing the wiki page where someone explains what somebody does or what a class or whatever you have actually does, but it is able to pick that up and actually recommend what you're writing code because it brings something in well. So effectively translating into multiple languages. This is something I've actually done a few times for some of the demos that I kind of work with customers on. So you find I have something written in might be Java, but they are more familiar with Python or Go. So being able to pretty much just take that piece of code, put it into into Vertex, and pretty much get the equivalent in another language. All right, so you can pretty much within a few seconds be able to translate code into a different language. So importing of models as well. These are kind of all the magic moments that, yeah. So it is back up on my side. I think just give it a few seconds, hopefully, and then we should be back up on the screen. Yeah. Go for it, yeah.
So I just want to find out in terms of the links, setting links to Google Cloud Platform. It's also linked, I'm talking about Duet. So
yeah.
It's also linked to Firebase.
Make us switch me.
Yes, this is
No, oh, sorry, Duet AI, yeah.
It's also linked to Firebase.
Yes. Remember, Firebase effectively kind of sits within Google Cloud environment.
And like let's say, for example, with like cloud functions.
Yeah. Yeah, so it will give you suggestions. You want to use Cloud Run, you want to use Cloud Functions. All of that will be done by Duet AI. Because what we're trying to do effectively is to assist customers who are moving from, let's say, a different technology. You have whatever classes you want to be able to write, kind of run it within cloud functions or Cloud Run to effectively be able to do that. All right, we back up. Can we take questions? So because I am about done with the presentation, I'll do a quick demo to kind of show you the tooling, and then we can effectively go into the questions after that. So in terms of, if you think about having to build a ML model, right? Sounds like there's a few people in the room that have gone through that process. Data engineering was always kind of one of the overlooked steps when it actually came to building a model. Organization focus, I don't know the paper that was released in 2017, technical debt in machine learning. If you haven't, Google it. you'll actually find it. It actually explains how a lot of organizations simply focus on kind of the Python Scala code that they had to create to tune out this model that did all these fantastic things. But the data engineering, the operation side of things was always steps that were overlooked, which is why a lot of customers that we work with, you find that you build the 2-3 models, and then they would spend probably the next year or two babysitting those models than rather than moving on to the next great thing that they should be doing as an organization. Right? Once the model is out there, you need to be able to monitor the model to ensure that if there's drift, you're able to pick up that. If there's bias within that model, how do you actually pick that up? So as an organization, say financial institute, you're building a credit score model. A lot of them, what they found is that elements that really shouldn't have a lot of weight had a lot of weight in those models. One, race really shouldn't matter if I have to approve a loan. Sex shouldn't matter as well. But when they trained those models and actually started evaluating them properly, they actually found out those two elements actually outweigh about the customer behavior. So eliminating those and actually using customer behavior is one of the key things that you want to actually utilize. But looking at the pipeline in terms of kind of building your models, previously, that's kind of the other elements where to improve accuracy of your model as well, training data, the examples that you provide is key. But when you move into kind of the new generative world, not so much. I'll actually show you how I use an LLM effectively to kind of do my own sentiment analysis. All right, give it examples, tell it this is positive, negative, this is neutral, and when a new example comes in, based on the examples that is provided, it's able to kind of predict what I'm trying to, the way that I'm doing. But you do still need as many examples as you can provide, will still lead to a better result in terms of the output. But we are kind of short-circuiting the process when it comes to developing your own model as well. By introducing the LLMs, kind of the main big things that we're seeing organizations do. So besides kind of the large scale one where they can invest on the infrastructure to build their own 500 billion parameter model, because it does take a lot of infrastructure to do that. And infrastructure meaning GPUs, which are currently in short supply as well. What organizations are doing are effectively using toolings like what we provide to effectively fine-tune a model for a specific use case that they require, which is where effectively giving it the data that you have from your side, train it, and get an output that you require to kind of solve the business use case that you are trying to solve. So kind of create with us, identify the use case. There's a lot that we have to offer, but I will jump quickly to, you can still see my screen, right? Yes, you can. I will jump to, so the first thing we spoke about was Maker Suite, right? Which is where I was like, guys, please, if you're not using this, it is free. Makersuite.google.com. How many people have Gmail accounts here? If you have a Gmail account, you effectively have access. If you don't, sign up and you will get access to MakerSuite. You get to MakerSuite, there's documentation around how to get started, but really the key elements around this is effectively being able to generate a API key, which will be attached to like a project. Google Cloud, you can also sign up. You don't need to put in a credit card. Kind of get $300 free for the month to kind of play around. Once that expires, it'll be there to still utilize. All right, so once you effectively have that, the main things that we provide you is to build do chat prompts. So kind of have multiple turns asking it, it retains the context around that. There might be a limit on the context. I'm not sure what it is, but there might be a limit, just keep that in mind. And then on the text prompt side of things, ask it to kind of create a poem in the style of Wiz Khalifa. If you wanted to, it will be able to kind of generate that for you. And then the data one is where we look at structured data. Everything else is kind of free form. Just give it words, based on the words, it's able to do something. The other ones, it is, and this is the one where I created kind of my movie sentiment analysis. And like guys, it was Friday night, right, yesterday. So I effectively just gave it 3 examples from, I think it was Rotten Tomatoes, in terms of what I consider to be a negative, a positive, and a neutral sentiment. And sorry, let's just do that. And you give it your examples. After your examples, you kind of give it your prompt to test if it is positive, negative, or neutral. So that is effectively using LLMs to kind of get an output. While you are here as well, you can do get code, because not all of us like working in the GUIs. And for the I heard JavaScript was getting dumped on by the previous speaker, but if you want to do JavaScript, please feel free to go ahead and do that. We'll give you an example around that. You want to use JSON, you want to use Python, all of that is available. We give you access to Colab as well. I'm hoping people have played around with Colab. Awesome. So pretty much give you access to spin up Colab, little environment, and you can run the prompts that you have created. So while I'm in here, effectively I can change certain elements and get a different output, and it's pretty much using my API key to call the model that is sitting. So now you can kind of demonstrate being outside of Maker Suite how this kind of prompt that you have created, a model that you have kind of just written quickly, will pretty much react. You, as you would have seen, you can also tune the model as well in here. So we give you the capability to kind of tune. You can only tune the text Bison, which is what we are giving you access to from POM. So that's kind of what you can optimize for your use case, right? Give it the examples, give it the data, and it will do what you require to do. So that's on the Maker Suite, the open source part. I won't talk about it. It seems like you people are already tinkering around with it. The other part is Vertex. How many people have heard or are using Vertex AI? Okay, cool. A few hands up. So are you using the Generative Studio yet? Let's put up their hands. Okay, cool. So this is something new then you will learn today. So within Vertex AI, it is pretty much our end-to-end, ML development, ML DevOps, effectively ML Ops, right? You want to do anything from effectively, it kind of gives you the steps here, preparing your data, your model development, and then being able to deploy, be it a online endpoint, so taking events as they come in, or batch predictions as well. That is all supported. There were lots of questions, especially with the previous speaker, around vector databases as well. So we actually provide you with a vector set from our side to pretty much give it your data, and you have kind of your own vector database that is available within the platform. All right, preparing your data as well. We cater not only for structured data. You have a use case where you want to use unstructured data. You want to use images, pictures of houses to be able to predict how much they should cost. You could effectively build that by giving it all the images that you currently have and loading that data in here. Within Vertex as well, we give you, so I'm sure a lot of people are using Jupyter notebooks. You want to have a workstation where you spin up your Jupyter notebook and pretty much have control of the libraries that you install. That is available within kind of the studio that we provide. So effectively going into Workbench, or you want to use Colab, you have a notebook that somebody has shared, you want to kind of experiment with that, make a couple of changes, you can bring that into Colab. But within Workbench, this is where you can effectively create your own private web environment, spin up your favorite development, Jupyter Notebook, Jupyter Lab, whatever it might be, in here, and effectively start experimenting. On the Generative Studio side of things, this is where the language, vision, and speech side of things come in. So to be able to effectively, on the language, Cody, that's what we kind of call in our kind of code generation tool from our side. So you can effectively head kind of a code chat or just ask it to write a piece of code or doing kind of just a chat, the capability of that. Within here as well, as you can see, we like giving you samples of code so that everything that you do, you can take it out and do it somewhere else. So as part of the hackathons that we do with some of our customers, effectively, they do not want to work within our studio, but they want to know how they can call the model from the code that they are writing. So we kind of work with them, kind of what libraries they need to install and what parameters you should need to provide as input to be able to call the generative models that we are providing and utilize those to do the whole application. So that's something you pretty much is your one-stop shop for everything you would need to build your models. We spoke around the curated models within the garden as well. So those who want to use Llama 2, open source. So any of the open source models, effectively all of those are available here. You can jump in for text, for code, image generation, all of those are available. What we then give you is effectively a environment, a secure environment for you to be able to throw in your own, data, which is then secured, and you can do what you kind of want to do with that environment. The other component I would want to show you here as well is, so those who played around with, oh, this is not, give me a sec. So it is vertex search and conversation, right? So we spoke around how effectively you want to train a model to be specific to a domain that you want it to kind of answer questions on, right? If you currently have, call it a, you have a website, being an example, we can index the information that is available on that website and pretty much store that in a vector database to make it easier for you to actually search information that is within that website. You want to have the capability of kind of creating a chat application based on PDFs. You can give us those, you can pretty much load those PDFs into what we provide and create your own unique search engine for the documents that you have, or create a chat application. This is where it's for the business users that want click, click, click. I don't want to know what model is being utilized in the background, but I want to quickly get an application out in front of my customers. So I want to create a chatbot. You can effectively do this in here. For the chatbot, we use another tool from our side called Dialogflow, but effectively kind of knowing what the intent is, because one of the things about creating chatbots is you need to know the intent. And the intent effectively have a specific flow that will be followed. So if I come to you provide a chatbot via WhatsApp as an example, and somebody comes in to say, I want to check my statements, I want to cancel my account, those are different intents that the user has. The bot has to understand what that intent is. Based on the intent, follow the correct route to be able to fulfill the intent that the user has. So with this, usually, as you can see, it's a canvas. You drag all the steps that you would need to be able to fulfill that intent. But with generative capabilities, basically having your start and end session, that's all you need. Because the LLM in the background will understand what the intent of the user is, be check statement, check account, and be able to pretty much using webhooks to kind of go and grab the correct information to be able to fulfill that. So that's the other tooling that we provide from our side. It is literally a case of you want to load data and have a front end. That's what we are giving. So to get kind of your chat button as well, okay, this is not my project, so I'm not going to deploy this one. Let me see if I can go to my project. Give me a sec. Those people with 1,000,001 pages, you'll have to forgive me for that. So in here, okay, these are my applications. So in here, let's see which one do I have. Okay, the SPG one is a nice one. So this was for a customer where effectively what I did was download their AGM statements from their website, and I wanted to show them how they could effectively have a chatbot that they could go and pretty much ask it questions. How's the company doing? Do we have projects around what do you call it, environmental kind of, to save the environment? And literally, you can do this in a couple of steps. And we have a bot that's available. And then this is the piece of code, JavaScript, that you need to take, put into your application. You go to try now. You then have your little chatbot that you can start chatting to. This can be integrated via Twilio to WhatsApp, because for voice and text, for WhatsApp, we kind of need to go via Twilio, but for Facebook Messenger, that is a lot more easier. For Telegram, we have direct connectivity into those ones, so that kind of makes it a lot more easier. So and with this bot as well, you can actually converse with it using voice. So it is not only I think it's 2022 information that I loaded. If it doesn't know the answer, that's the other thing. So effectively, it will give me the answer based on the documentation that is provided. It also gives me a link to the documentation that was loaded as well. So if I wanted to verify the information, this is where the kind of the vector database actually comes in. We link it to the direct information where that came from. Right. So if you are concerned about, we all know about hallucinations. So you have hallucinations all the time. You want to ensure that you can validate the information. This is how we are pretty much kind of trying to resolve the hallucinations. Right. So the other thing I want to show you, this is kind of a, call it a nice to, I actually have one of these this check. So it's a nice to have avatar, because remember I spoke about with the models, you want to be able to converse with them not only via text, but if I wanted to be able to converse with it using voice, this is one of the partner solutions that we have. So I actually work with the customer to kind of choose the same ones that I just went through now. Kind of how do we kind of take the content, but have a different way for you to effectively kind of converse with the information that is available, right? Text, everybody does text, but you want to move to a place where I go to a bank, there's a kiosk on the side, I go into the kiosk and I can actually converse with the avatar that is there to provide me the information that is required. So this is where we kind of moving with the kind of the partner solutions that we are working with. So effectively being able to integrate the knowledge base that we provide from a Google standpoint, the models and everything, and organize it. It is always listening. So to make sure that, so just, muted, but to pretty much converse with the avatar utilizing voice as well. So let's give it a try. Hello. Does SBG Bank have any, sorry, give me a sec. Can you provide me the results from the previous year? Okay, it's not understanding me very well, but I didn't curate questions as well. But effectively, this is kind of where we're trying to move some of our customers to, utilizing the knowledge base that you will build, utilizing the apps that you provide, being able to kind of have a human-like avatar. The company that we use here, the avatars they provide are like uber realistic. So it is effectively also reading the expressions while I'm looking at it. If I smile, it will echo that back and smile back. If I look out like a little bit concerned about something, it will react as well as you can see right now. It's looking a bit concerned. So it is. See, it's smiling. So that's kind of the technology that or solutions that we're trying to drive our customers to, and showing them utilizing various kind of partner technologies that what we provide from our side, what the art of the possible is. So that's it from my side. I think I've already spoken. Some questions? No worries.
All right. Sorry. So for the Q&As, we're just gonna.
Well, yeah. I'm being chased away, so. But if you do have questions, I will be around, so please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Yes.